do 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 do. All right, good evening, everybody. Good evening. I'm not sure how many of you are going to get on or what's going on here with this. I got a couple different options that have been going on here now, so let's see if I can make use of some of them. So, hang on 1 second here. Let's see how easily all this stuff works. Wow! Okay. Hey, good evening, everybody. Say hello. Type in the chat. Jump in here. Here's a link. Lafayette, Georgia. How you doing? GA, how you doing? Here's a link if you guys want to jump in here. You guys want to jump in here? Oh, we don't want any sound from the Chromebook. So I'm trying some new stuff here. I'm trying to use this thing a little bit differently, trying to see how it works and what I can do with it and stuff like we were before. Okay, so get rid of that, and I just let that play now here. Okay, so what I'm doing here while I'm setting this up, you guys, is I'm actually getting the Chromebook ready so that I can watch the chat and everything on that too. And in case I need to do anything, I can do it on that with this, because it's too hard to try and do it on the one computer while you're doing everything here with this. So, okay, there's that part now. So that part's done. Public Official Observer, how are you doing? All right, everything's together. Everything's good to go. Let me see here. First thing I want to bring out, this happened this afternoon. I'm going to let some people watch this here really quick. Let's share this screen. Okay. This is reported gunfire in Jersey City this afternoon. Seems to be that two guys were at a cemetery for unknown reasons at this point, and it looks like they tried to question them there. At the point of contact, it seems to be that one of the gentlemen that they killed today shot one of the detectives, I believe it was, that went to question them. And then they took off, ran into a supermarket over here, and blocked themselves in and killed several other people, and were ultimately both killed themselves. Hey, Rogue, how you doing? Here, let me post that link again here in case you guys want to get in here. So this is some video footage from Vox, VOA, Voice of America, I guess. Tampa Cop Watch, how you doing? So apparently what had happened is these guys, they say that there was no terroristic threats or anything like that, but one of the other news reports that I watched earlier today was some pretty serious gunfire going on in there. So I'm not sure exactly what it was. See, this one's almost over right now. Excuse. Okay, so that was that one. And then this is this the Vox one? Yeah, that is too. I think it was this news report here. Let's see. I think it was right around in this area. Guys, listen to this. So that's what went on today in Jersey City. It seems to be. Seems to be that it was not the best place in Jersey City today. So hey, eyes wide open. How you doing? I don't know what they're going to end up doing about all of this. There was no audio on that clip, really? Oh no, I don't know how that wouldn't work. Darn it! I'll have to figure out how to get the audio on that then, because there should have been some audio there. One more thing I'll have to fix then. That I guess at that point. I did see that they had some new legislation that they're trying to put through also today to try and take away more guns. Another thing they're trying to do every single day. Here, if you guys want to jump in, give a chat with me, I'll try and keep myself occupied and busy here for as long as I can until that point. I got my glasses on because I got a set of lights in front of me. Oh, they're bright. Oh, I fixed the auto zoom now on this also. So no more of that. Hey, people where you state, how you doing? You guys can jump in anytime you want to and check some things out. Let me see what else there was that was going on here. This is some interesting. We all know what happened the other day. 18 of them fired their guns at civilians. 18. Not one, not two, 18. I saw some footage the other day. I think it was 2 days ago that I found. I'll have to see if I can still find that footage again. That actually showed the side of the UPS truck as it was being towed down the road. So it was pretty devastating. So I don't know what you guys have to say about that. I mean, I don't think it was a very good thing at all that they opened fire like that. Yes, there's hostages, but I mean, come on, you can't shoot people. They're just too trigger happy at this point in time. Just way too trigger happy. See, look at that. The chat on the actual Chromebook is moving faster than the chat on StreamYard. Excuse me. So there was that going on. There's a lot going on. Come to find out today also, let me bring this up. Another gentleman I know has been locked up. Let me bring him his info here, right here. This is his inmate number. This is his name. And he's been locked up since 10/31 of 2019. So I tried today for hours to try and get the information on what happened with him, what his charges were, what they've got him locked up for, how much his bail was, and everything else. Not a thing. Nothing. All from this place right here. Erie County, New York. I believe they've got him locked up for something to do with child support, if I'm correct. Because this is his website here, and it's a revolting outlaw. And it says law enforcement will do whatever a void or defective court order says, even if one is obtained by suppression of evidence and fabrications. True statement. Very, very, very true statement. So, I mean, they got him locked up. I couldn't get any information today. I sent out a public records request. Hopefully the New York government will abide by the public records request and send me the information. But I really don't know if they will or not. It's kind of a questionable thing if they will. So we'll have to see if they let me know what he's locked up for and what's going on, because he's pretty heavily into the law side of family court and dealing with family court. and he's fighting him pretty hard in federal court and in state court, both. And they are not happy at all about him doing that. So they're trying to fight him pretty nasty at this point. So, yes, Christmas is around the corner. You can't see the chat? You mean that chat? Or this chat? What chat can't you see? Now you can. Okay. I wonder what was wrong with that. You want to get in here, Rogue? You got anything you want to discuss, talk about? Anything like that? Here, I'll put a link in. There you guys go. There's a link for that. If you guys want to jump in, have a little chat start going or whatever. Talk about things that are coming up. Anything like that. Laugh out loud, the bubbles. Yes. Ah, there you go. See? I got the bubbles. Well, I understand that, Tampa Cop Watch, but that's easy enough because, see, you can just click like that, and then you can have a little icon, and then you can talk through there, and, you know, it works out all right. Okay, Rogue, I'll give you a few minutes for sure. When you need a link, send me a little ding, and I'll send it out again. So let's see here. See, and you can turn the camera right back on like that. I love this StreamYard thing. I actually think that I'm going to take a little bit of money and put a little bit of money into this StreamYard platform and let the StreamYard platform kind of work for us because it seems to be working pretty well. We can do a lot of things with it. It's pretty interesting. Let's see here. Frequently asked questions. Oh, contacts. Do you guys want to hear the sheriff's call today? I bet I can play the sheriff's call today. I don't know which one it'll be, though. I'll have to find it. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can find it. That was terrible with the Erie County Sheriffs today. Let's see. 217. That was today, so probably the longest phone call. All right, well, let me see. That was at 423, 422, 610. This might have been the one that was on there the longest. Hang on. Let me see if this one. Oh, there was GA. I just saw him. Where'd he go? He disappeared. Here, I'll send a link out again. Oh, you're down at the Polk County Courthouse right now, walking around, huh? Well, keep me informed on that after what they did to you last night, for sure. After last night, we should all head up there for an audit pretty soon. Polk County be out of control up there. Polk County is. Okay, so here's the phone numbers that they give you to call for the Erie County Sheriff's Office. I know this isn't for us in Florida, but this is one of my buddies up there that, you know, fights the system pretty good and hard. So I kind of wanted to get this out a little bit for him. This is what they give you to allow you to contact them. And then they put you through this voice, email, mail thing. Hang on a second. Let me see if this was the one or not. Okay. Corruption Czar, how you doing? Okay, so here's the call today with them to try and find out what was going on with him. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Okay.
You have reached the Erie County Sheriff's Office. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. Otherwise, please...
Oh, did I pause it? Yep, I paused it. Damn it. Hang on. Okay.
You have reached the Erie County Sheriff's Office. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911.
Hey, didn't want
Otherwise, please listen carefully to the following information and menu options. You may press your selection at any time during this call. You have reached the Erie County Sheriff's Office. For the holding center, press 1. For civil enforcement, including income executions, eviction services, and family court, press 2. For warrant information,
This is like the
press
5th time
3.
through this menu I went.
For Professional Standards Division, including fingerprinting and employee complaints, press 4. For the Police Services Division, to report an accident, police reports, domestic violence unit, and general information, press 5.
Yeah, I would have
For
been.
the Administrative Services Division, including personnel, media, payroll, billing, and general information, press 6. For Under Sheriff Mark Whipperman, press 7. For Erie County Sheriff Timothy B. Howard, press 8. To repeat this menu, press star, or to return to the main menu, press pound. You have reached the Erie County Sheriff's Office. For the holding center, press 1. You have reached the Erie County Sheriff's Office. To report an accident, press 1. For police reports, press 2.
Figured that was a good
For
one.
the Domestic Violence Unit, press 3. For the Detectives Bureau, press 4. For all other information and inquiries, press 5. To
Sheriff Toll Services, CJ. Yeah, hi. I'm trying to get some information on an inmate that you guys have in the holding center, and I went through the menu options and stuff that it gave for the holding center, and I typed his inmate number in. It says his name, right, but then when I tell it that, yes, that's who I'm looking for, and it's supposed to read off like the charges and the bail amount and all that kind of stuff after that, it doesn't say anything. It just hangs up. So he may not have bail. Okay, where can I look up this information then to be able to get this and what's going on here? Are you sure he's still in there? Yes. That would be another reason why it would do that. As of 9 o'clock this morning, he was still in there. Okay, if it's possible that they did not update it with the specific charges, it could be that certain charges are pending, but as for the bail, without giving you a bail amount, it's possible that there is not bail based on whatever he's in there for. Okay, can I give you his number and can we check really quick? Or I'm not the holding center. I'm in the police end of things. I'm in the part where we investigate and arrest. Did he get arrested by the sheriffs? I'm not positive, to tell you the truth. On 10/31/2019, I know he had a family court hearing that he was supposed to be at. I know he showed up to it, and it's showing he was. Right, hang on a second. Let me get you to somebody else. I can't look any of this up. Okay. He came in right from family court to the holding center. I got nothing for you. Hang on. Okay, thank you.
So then he transfers me back to a fucking holding center. Press 1. You can't talk to anybody. So I called every single number. I pressed every extension that I could press. I pressed everything, and that's how I was treated today to try and find out how he was and what was going on with him being locked up in there. So, I can't believe they act like that. Look at that guy. Didn't even want to. No, I'm not even the holding center. So, I mean, how can we continue to just let these guys get away with this all the time like this? What do you guys think of that call? We'll watch the chat here for a second. Yes. But, being that he's like 1,500 miles away or something like that, so it's kind of hard for me to be able to go in and say hello or anything like that. But I have sent emails up there now, so let's see if the emails get responded to. They've been read, but I don't know if they'll be responded to or not. That's the next question, if they do that or not. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. It does stink, doesn't it? It definitely does. I mean, I don't know why they're so secretive about things. I mean, when you go online and look, I mean, you try to look things up and frequently asked questions, from the sheriff's department. There's no phone numbers. There's visiting times, and look I want to give an inmate money. How do you go about that? The only way that you can give money is you can deposit it at a cashier's window located on the first floor near Delaware Avenue at the specific hours below. And they list the hours and stuff like that. And it says, what if I want to bail them out? Oh, bail is taken anytime, 24 hours a day at that. You go through and, I mean, they've got these lists of everything, visiting times, blah, 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 blah. But no way to contact anybody with anything other than this. And it's the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 phone numbers for investigative services, correctional facility, holding center, civil enforcement division, administrative services, and the 2 sheriffs themselves. It's just unbelievable that they can just get away with it. And then you go through here and you look, and just before that, an inmate died at the Erie County Correctional Facility that we're talking about right now, 2 weeks before he got in there. It looks like that it could have been 2, because this one's from September 20th, and there's another one around here someplace that the guy died from even closer to that. And then this is all they give you about who's there and who isn't there. It's just this little list of things. It's kind of confusing. I know it's designed that way. I agree with that. TPD had gotten to where they just ignore my records. The city attorney. Yeah. This is probably what we're going to have to do right here. Is something like that. I mean, he may even need a habeas corpus filed on behalf of him. I don't know, because he hasn't even gotten a chance to even be heard in court. There's no charges that I can find. I mean, there's nothing going on with it right now other than the little bit of stuff that they have online that you really can't see anything about. And Corruption Czar, they do have it set up that way so that people won't be able to talk to anybody. So what I've done is I've record requested every phone number, every extension, and every person inside of that building, listed or unlisted, that goes in and out. So let's see if they come off of the telephone numbers and extensions, and maybe I won't get stuck into that solid robo operator, I guess I would like to call it at that point. So, anybody wants to get in here, I see you've got your case going too, Corruption Czar. I've been watching yours. Hey, Lee Watch, how you doing? Here, I put this back in the little chat box here. I'm lonely, but I'm not lonely. I guess being on this big screen is all kind of lonely, but hey, whatever. Oh, it was like that one guy. And where were we? Pompano Beach. That one guy in Pompano Beach was like, oh, are you on the camera too? Because he was all mad about the cameras being inside City Hall and stuff. And I was like, yeah, dude, there's a 360 right here. How you like that one? Ooh, okay. I'll have to put that film up later for that one. That one was pretty good. Oh, People v. State has court tomorrow. Who is a dude in New Mexico who was in jail for months with a huge bail? They finally got out. I am not sure. We will have to check that out and see who that was. But I'm not sure who that was, Tampa Cop Watch. And you got court tomorrow, I imagine, for being arrested for filming, what was it, 3 weeks ago, People v. State? Yeah, I know you can't, Corruption Czar. I know, you got it going, though. You're doing good, definitely. Oh, yeah, that may have been possible. I know that, I think, what was it, the beginning of the week? Of last week or the end of last week, they arrested like 4 or 5 people in Texas too. Hey, Tattooed Cupcake, how you doing? Yeah, People v. State. I don't know if you guys saw that or not. Him getting arrested up in Polk County. Let me see. I can bring that up. I think I've got that somewhere around here. Yep. Here's his right now. Yep. People v. State right here. Filming this traffic stop. He has court for this tomorrow, everybody. That was the best thing that I've heard, I think, right there. So we'll have to see what happens with that tomorrow. No audio again for that. I don't know why it keeps doing no audio. I'm going to have to fix that at some point in time. Well, Corruption Czar, it wasn't a illegal stop. What it was is he saw them pulling somebody over and went over to record it. And they ended up arresting him for it. So, yeah, don't drive and watch. That's all you'll need is another ticket. You don't need another one of those. For sure. News Now Vermont, how you doing? Stuart George, how you doing? So there's a lot of things going on. Definitely a lot up and happening, and yeah. Lady D, Miss Free, how you doing? Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. For sure. Let me see here. Let me go over, jump on my other screen here really quick. Let's see. We definitely have to see if we can find out what's going on with Braden, though, because Braden is definitely needing to be. Here, we'll give you that. We definitely need to find out what's going on with him. We might need to file a habeas corpus, get him out. Definitely. News Now, South Florida. What's up? You want to get in here? You guys want to get in here? Anybody want to get in here with me? Here, I'm gonna click this. I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna click here. I'm gonna paste here and go here. And maybe somebody's gonna want to jump in here with me, and I won't be so chitty-chatting alone, and as much as I am trying to keep you guys occupied like I am. Haha. Okay, let me see what else I can find here. I know there was a bunch of other things that were going on. Let me see. Did they tell how many bullets they shot into that? Special Ed Andrew, how you doing? Okay, we got Lee Watch. Lee's coming in.
What's going on, guys? Hello, everybody.
How we doing?
I'm still vertical.
And we got somebody else coming in now, too. Here he is.
The captain.
Captain Awesome.
What's going on, buddy?
How you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
Not too bad. NC Tyrant Hunter, how you doing? Are you doing one now, too, huh?
Wow.
You got Jeff
So
here?
how's? Yup,
Sweet.
we do. We do.
Is
Wonder
he
if.
gonna stream us on his stream?
I'm not sure. Hey Bev, how you doing? Port Dirt Farmer did an audit last month. The only reason I know you now. See that?
Nice.
Yes. So how's everything been going for everybody? Anybody want to chime some stuff in or got things they want to discuss?
Yeah, we just had a visit down here with News Now California and Wolfie Gladly,
Yes.
Tampa Bay Transparency. So yeah, we had a good time, and I'm sure they got a lot of good video. So yeah, it should be a lot of good content coming out from all the guys down here and those two guys next couple of weeks. So, we got the Christmas season upon us, so we want to be extra careful to hunt out these tyrants that are taking the toys for tots home to their kids and leaving the beat up toys for everyone else, so.
Just don't record any of the
Yeah.
Christmas music.
Right?
Yeah, that's right.
Or any music while you're walking down the street either, for that matter. Right, Captain Awesome?
That's right, man. That's right. They'll really jam you up, man. They blocked my video in a whole bunch of countries, but I got around that by switching out the audio, and then what I did was I uploaded the original audit with the original audio to a media sharing site. Mediafire is the one I use, and I included the download link in the audit, so that way the people that did want to hear the original audit, the original audio with it, they could download the video themselves and watch it. But it gave me a chance to put in a new track that my buddy Paul Anthony had made for me. Paul's a really good DJ producer from the Chicago area, and he's got a couple of different side projects that he does: Ghetto Blaster, 40 Ounce Thieves, and some other stuff. If you're into that kind of music, I'd suggest you check him out. He's pretty good.
Yeah, it was some pretty good tunes that were with it.
What else we got in here now? Looks like News Now South Florida. Lee Watch Audits is in here too.
Yes, sir.
Ah, nice. So yeah, how did your visit go? South Florida. How'd your visit go with News Now California and Wolfie Gladly? Did you guys get a lot of good video?
Can you hear any of us? I guess not.
I can hear you
Nothing.
two, but I can't hear him. And he looks kind of. Oh, maybe.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we lost him. He may be back in a second. We'll have to give him a second and see if he comes back. Let me pop him.
Bad connection. Bad connection.
Must be Stan. Stan the man is here.
Somebody's doing something they shouldn't be doing, that's for sure.
Right? Somebody definitely is.
So, we've been talking about Bang for a while, and I believe we've recently got the channel up. So we're going to be making some content for that coming up. I got 2 stories right now I'm working on, one out of Holmes County, another one out of Citrus County, and I'm making requests that people that have stories, that have issues, contact one of us, any of us, so we can get their story and get it out there.
Yeah.
So that way, we can, because here's what I'm finding is that, after a year of just going around and beating up on the agencies here in Florida, I'm coming to the point now that, you know, when they see us, when they see me, we got the cameras, they tend to put on an act and, you know, be semi-okay with what we're doing. Or we'll get the run around with, you know, well, we understand why you're doing it, but,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
blah, blah, blah. And so
Mhm.
I think basically what's happening is they're trying to appease us while we're there. And, you know, after we leave, they go back to beating citizens and acting like idiots.
And doing the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, we really need to start getting in with these, you know, these people that are living in these counties and these towns day to day. Yeah, Joe, you got it, buddy.
Joe
Um,
Cool is in the
You know, we
house.
need to get in touch with these citizens because they're the ones that are experiencing the tyranny every day. You know, they're the ones that have to, you know, to see it every day in action. So we need to get those stories out and possibly, you know, get on the ground with some investigations of our own. I was just tipped off to a deputy in Brooksville area who likes to hide in the bushes and jump out and ID people walking down the street.
Yep, they do
So,
that.
yeah. So, you know, there's all kinds of stories that citizens have that we need to be made aware of and focused on.
Yep, I'm working
but-
on that guy from Lee County that we talked to in front of the jail that night.
Right, absolutely. That guy's story that was horrible. He had
Wasn't it what they did to him?
yeah, it was horrible. You know, beating them, kicking them. It's just something that shouldn't happen in a you know society that's supposedly free. But you know, part of the reason why I do audits is to show people that we're not as free as we were led to believe. That sometimes when the government tells you stuff, it's a lie. And you know, if the government lies about some things, it's possible that they lie about everything. So you know, everything that the government's ever told us, we have to take with a grain of salt, and with a knowing recognition that they're biased, and their bias is against them, you know, proclamating their own power and suppressing the power of the citizens. You know, that's their whole makeup. You know, government's there for themselves. There was a gentleman that wrote a book about some underground bunkers back in the 50s. I was just hearing about recently, and you know, basically it's this. You know, the government built bunkers and stored food, but they only stored it for the government. They didn't store a lot and build a whole bunch of bunkers for the citizens because the way the government looks at it is all the citizens in the United States could die as long as the government's still there to run things.
Government's
You
got to
know?
be there, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's their whole outlook.
You know,
That's right.
We do have
Useless
a
eaters.
we do kind of have a problem going on over in Cross City. I don't know if you're familiar, Rogue. Poor Dirt Farmer. By the way, this is Constitutional Corner, in case you guys didn't know.
A constitutional corner.
Yes.
Hey, I'm a big fan of all four of you guys, man. I watch all your channels. I really appreciate all you guys do.
Hey, Maddie, what's up, girl? Yeah. I've been to Cross City. That's ain't that Dixie County?
Yeah, Poor Dirt Farmer's having a little bit of a problem out there with a sergeant with a badge and a big boat out chest and no brains. So I'm my chain broke on my motorcycle, so I'm down until the 23rd. But I'm planning on getting back out there. I'm gonna go and see what this guy's problem is. I'm gonna probably get in touch with you, Rogue, because I know you're not far from there.
Yeah, I'm not far from there at all. I think it's like maybe an hour or so for me. But
35.
yeah,
Well, yeah, it's about an hour for me too. So,
I'd love to get out there. That's not far at all. So that's my neck of the woods. So
yeah, we got to go put some people in check out there. They're not even letting people go inside the public space of the courtroom. They're not allowing any cameras or anything to interview anybody that's out there that's in the common areas. They won't let them do anything in there. You got to leave the courtroom. They won't even let you record from the sidewalk, from what I understand.
Wow.
Wow.
They did that in
So,
Polk County last night.
I want to say I went through Dixie County and didn't
You
have a
did.
problem.
You did.
But
You did. You
Yeah,
did an
yeah.
awesome job out there too.
yeah. So maybe it's time
Wasn't
to
that
go back
the one
out
where
there.
you became Judge Awesome?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
that was
and it's
that was Jefferson County
Oh, okay.
that I got
That's
to
right,
sit
that's
on
right.
the bench. No,
Yeah, that's right.
Dixie County, they didn't really give me too much of a guff. I believe the lady came out in the hallway and asked, and the cop came around and said, as long as you don't go in the courtroom, you're good. So, I chalked it up as a pass. And, and again, this is the thing, when we roll through a place, we're only seeing a small minority of the law enforcement or public servants that's, that's working for that agency. I mean, you got to think how many guys have the day off, how many guys work night shift, because I'm hardly out at night. I don't hardly go out at night. So, if you only work night shift the last year, you've never even met Captain Awesome. It doesn't matter what agency you work for.
You've heard of him, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, you might have heard of him, but, people tend to forget stuff unless it's, a personal experience or it's something that really catches their attention, so.
Yeah, from what I understand, Poor Dirt Farmer was accosted by this big sergeant with a bowed out chest and no brains. And he asked him what the hell is his problem, and he walked up on him pretty aggressively. And well, Poor Dirt Farmer, he goes live instantly, and
Yeah.
he got out of there. I'm not going to go live. I'm going to be honest with you, because what I'm noticing, and I've showed a couple of people with this, the second that you go live, any cops that are watching you are already calling where you're at. They've already targeted and pinged your phone. They know exactly where you're at. They're already calling the police department that you're at in the jurisdiction that you're at, letting them know that you got a photographer out there that might sue them if they do the wrong thing. So you lose the whole investigation by going live, and a lot of people don't realize that, and it's kind of sad,
That's a good point, man. That's a good point.
Well, I totally agree with that. I don't like going live a lot of times. I'll go live here and there, usually my last audit of the day, and it's specifically for that reason, because like you said, there's trolls. It doesn't even have to be a cop. It could be a troll, which we all have many of them.
Oh, yes, we do.
So it could be just, what they call themselves a concerned citizen, that is calling to make sure they have our names, even though, again, it's not legally required or what have you not. I mean, I don't know what kind of job they think they're doing or, what kind of public service they're doing, but, it just baffles the mind. But again, after so many years of talking to sheep, it's, nothing surprises me anymore. The level of stupidity matches infants almost. I mean, my kids, before they could crawl, were smarter than some of the adults I've talked to and had the pleasure of interacting with. Especially their demeanor. So.
Oh, there he is. He's back now. Hang on.
Yeah, sorry about that. My internet flashed on me and it didn't catch up on the signal. I'm deep in the woods.
See, it was Stan telling everybody where you are.
Yeah, so I definitely agree on that point as far as going live, but and again, when I go live, it's just a crappy video. I got this old phone, but I'm not a materialistic kind of guy, so I'm not gonna run right out and buy the new Blade 18 with the pocket knife and the blowtorch attachment. You know what I mean?
I found a deal on Amazon, and I bought a 4K camera with Wi-Fi and everything, all included, for $129.
Yep.
I bought 5 backup batteries for it, and I'm good to go all day, man.
All day.
Yeah, no, Yeah, that's a good deal. Hey, what's up, San Joaquin? How you doing, buddy?
SJVT, what's going on, San Juan?
Thanks for all the support, man. We really appreciate it down here.
Thank you.
Doing great things out west. Doing great things out west. We're hoping to match up with them here on the East Coast. You know, they've got years. They've got years on us, so we're playing catch up with the West Coast.
Yes.
But it seems like we're bringing them in line here, and we're doing it in a pretty quick fashion. Like I said, the responses I've gotten, if you look at the beginning of my what I'd say is career, but if you look at the beginning videos that I used to do and compare them with the later videos, you can see that there's definitely a different mindset now going on, especially with this latest round that me and News Now California and Wolfie Gladly did yesterday. We were in Pinellas County, Indian Rock Beach, Indian Shores, Reddington Beach. We did Pinellas Park, and you could see the difference in the attitudes of the cops. Now they're still, dicks, but they're being a little more restrained in the dick area. You know what I mean? So
and I wanted to let you guys know this too.
Before they were going commando, and now they're kind of wearing like boxer briefs. You know what I mean? So the dick's not as apparent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off, News Now. Go ahead, buddy. What you got?
No, I was saying the same damn thing you just said. There are dicks, but they're just little dicks.
Yup.
They're still dicks.
Well, guys, in not too long from now, I'm going to have my Florida bar certification as a certified legal assistant. So I will be open to free CLA work for you guys if you need it later on.
Oh,
Yes.
hell yeah.
Wow.
That's about 80% of your attorney costs, and I'll do it for free for any Florida activist.
That is huge.
Huge.
It'll be huge.
And I'm going through to my bachelor's too, so I'm not staying at my associates. I'm going straight through to my bachelor's. So you guys are going to get really quality help for free.
Right on, man.
Thank you very much.
Dang.
I don't have much of a channel anymore, but I can still support.
And that's just as important.
Georgia activist.
GA.
Honestly, the support that we get from other people and other people's channels is more important than the people that get PayPal and GoFundMe and all that. The support that we get is more important.
Well, I do this part-time, man. I'm a part-time activist. I go to school. I'm not in this for the money or anything. I'm in it because I believe in it. And you guys are kind of the cream of the crop here. So I want to try to support you as much as I can.
Well, thank
including some warning letters. I mean, you don't even have to go to an attorney all the time. Sometimes just something as brief as a warning letter to them.
I'll tell you what, you're right. An intent to sue letter is more important than suing.
Exactly. What's up, San Juan?
I'll get there.
Yeah, let's everybody take 1 second to just say, "What's up, San Joaquin? How you doing?" Thanks for
Yes,
stopping by.
1 second.
Definitely.
Thank
San
you.
Joaquin.
Thank you. What's
San
up?
Joaquin.
He's the man.
I have a business card of San Joaquin's that was touched by San Joaquin. It's the centerpiece of my soon-to-be shrine to San Joaquin.
I've been to his house.
Sweet.
I've sat on his couch.
God damn it!
Yeah, I've hung out with. I've gone auditing with him and High Desert Community Watch when I was out in California.
Wow.
God damn it.
Yeah,
All right,
actually. Sorry.
I was gonna say, guys, we got a serious question I just saw pop up on the chat from CyberDoc, and that is, how badly do you guys think the auditing community has been infiltrated by COINTELPRO? And then I gotta say, any community that questions the government has counterintelligence people, programs that are running in it. It's just the way it is. It's the way it's always been with, any kind of group, be it, the Black Panthers or, back then with the KKK and any kind of movement that the government's keeping an eye on. There's going to be people that are, passing information to the government. There's going to be people that are offering up bad information to the community.
Especially through those lives, guys. Especially through those lives.
Yeah.
Now,
Right.
what about running one of those lives through a VPN?
That would be interesting.
Let
Can
me-
you do that through the phone?
I would think you'd be able to, especially if there's a public Wi-Fi kicking around there someplace.
Well, I know that the out west has that a lot, but I haven't really run into the public Wi-Fi in Florida very much. I think Orlando and Kissimmee do because of Disney.
Tampa does too.
Tampa does too. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so does Apopka.
I would imagine Miami would too, for sure.
Let me. Can I add can I piggyback on Rogue Nation's last statement?
Yeah.
I'd like to also add to that any movement that is truly making a difference is going to get infiltrated. And if we weren't making a difference, I'd be more concerned about us not having counterintelligence in the movement, because that would mean we're not making a difference. The fact that we're making a difference, the fact that we're borderline encroaching on their power, makes them feel the need to infiltrate us.
Yeah.
So that's good that they're doing that.
Now, I'd like to address something that somebody said a little earlier. Are we worried about the people that are out in this for the money? Let me say something.
Oh, wait, hold on.
and
Wait. Before
Sorry,
you
go
go
ahead.
too deep in that.
I'm not gonna go deep.
in that,
I'm not.
That's a troll. That's a troll.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to go deep in it.
Don't
I'm going to
worry about
answer it in a shutdown. Watch.
Uh,
Just watch. Stay away from the drama. Fuck the drama. Move on.
Yeah.
Next. That's my answer to that.
Hang on for 1 second, guys. That wasn't actually a troll. That was Stuart George, and he's actually there he is, Stuart George, and he's actually an auditor over in the UK. He's been on my
UK.
channel for a while. Yeah, he's been on my channel for a while. He's a good guy. So I'm going to give
Stay
him
out of the drama, though. Stay out of the
yes,
drama, George.
yeah, definitely, out of the drama. But again, and I've always said this is that when people are standing up for their rights, be it for whatever reason, I have to appreciate that.
Yep.
And the reason I have to appreciate that, and I said it with Ian too, is because there's not enough of us out there that are doing that. So
Yep.
if it takes making a buck to motivate some people, I mean, hell, if I had George Soros money, I would pay everybody to motivate everybody in order to pay attention to their government, to pay attention to their rights. Because, and again, I've said this before as well, without freedom, you have nothing. You have absolutely nothing. I don't care how long you work. I don't care how much money you save. When the state can come and take whatever it wants from you at any time for any reason, then nothing you've worked for in your entire life means anything.
At all.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
without that basic freedom, I mean, you're just, again, I hate to say it, but we're just slaves. We're slaves to the system. Oh no! We'll be glad
I
we
agree with
popped
you.
up in there.
I agree
You
with you,
bet.
Captain Awesome, man. You're right on target with that, bro.
I totally
Is that
agree with
right,
you, Captain
Crispy
Awesome.
too?
I would like to say I totally agree with the point that Captain Awesome was making when I was backstage. With the fiat currency that the Federal Reserve distributes across America, we're already born into slavery. We just have to accept it and just film every little bit of it and just show it. I mean,
Well,
can-
I'm gonna disagree with you a little bit, Wolfie, and I love your videos, dude. You're an awesome dude.
who's
But
who's
the
speaking?
die has
Not
been
speaking?
set. The cast has been set. We have every law and every protection that we need. We have
Mhm.
everything in place that we need in this country to be a free country. What we don't have is enough knowledge through the citizenship of this country to keep this country free. Most people don't even know what the Constitution is, let alone what the Eighth Amendment is.
Right.
No clue.
You mean there's
Oh,
8 of them?
I agree. I agree. And hey, thanks, San Joaquin. I agree. And but we're when are we gonna get to that level? Everybody's been institutionalized so long into believing that cops are putting their lives on the line every
Yeah.
day.
That they're the
For,
heroes.
Yeah. So how many generations will that take to take that 90% or 80%, we'll say, of sheep? And I hate to say it, it sounds horrible coming from me, right?
Well, how many people do you know of on your channel alone, Wolfie, that have started subbing you and have increased your sub count the more you go out there, the more you're listened to, and the more people get out
Right.
there and hear you. If you're conducting yourself in a professional manner, people like Jeff Gray are growing exponentially because they're doing right. People that are having trouble with their channels and getting their channels constantly shut down all the time are the ones that your friend was talking about earlier, the ones that are starting all the drama and everything. Those are the ones getting their channels taken down constantly because they're not doing it right. But why is it that Jeff Gray went from 53,000 to 83,000 in 2 weeks? He's dropped 2 videos.
Right.
Right. Well, to get back to the subscriber count and the people that watch our videos, like how and dude, it's so good that everybody's aware and watching and learning. But how many of our viewers or our sub count? How many of our viewers or our sub count are actually contesting these police officers when they're pulling their tactics to try to scare you into giving consent?
Right.
You know,
And then come home to watch us do it because it makes them feel like hell yeah, f the man.
I'm in my 6th year. Okay, I've been doing this for 6 years, and I noticed in the beginning there was very few. Very few auditors out there. Okay. I started in just backing up Jeff Gray and doing his follow-ups. Okay. And I've watched this community grow from, say 100,000 to videos like my protest video that showed over 850,000 views.
Right.
People are frustrated with this government. And every time you go out there and you mouth off to a cop, you're going to get 3 times the amount of views on your video than you would if you were nice. Okay.
Yeah.
What does that tell you? That tells you that people in this country are very frustrated with the justice system because cops are crooked.
Yeah.
They're tired.
That's it.
They eat
So
up
it's
when you
growing.
talk shit to them, like watching the Kardashians or some shit.
Right. They
Yeah.
want the drama.
Yep.
See, all they gotta do is watch that UPS shootout. What a cluster that was.
Yeah, we were
Yep.
there when they were towing dead people's cars to the freaking place, and we didn't even know what they were doing yet. We were confronting them. We were like, "What kind of operation are you doing here?" And you got 3 tow trucks just pulled in car after car with property receipts on the windshields. I never saw nothing like it. Finally, some supervisors were like, "Yeah, Miramar Parkway," and then we searched it up, and we were like, "Holy shit, that happened!" Because we were out working out in Florida at the time.
Yep. Well, I'm just noticing that so many new auditors. You get new auditors every week. There's new people trying this every week.
Oh, he pulled it up.
Right.
So-
and
Jeez.
I think what happens is people think, they see, some videos and they want to go out and they want to do the same thing, as well, because they're frustrated. And a lot of times they're not doing the research that they should. and they're getting, caught up or hemmed up or something. And, but, again, I applaud anybody that's going out there and trying and and even if you're not, doing audits, if you're recording, during interactions, or even if you're not recording, but if you're using the information provided to you and you're learning the laws that are there and you're using them to battle tyranny, whether you're recording it or not, you're still doing something that's positive. Because like I said, what happens is when you pick a police officer, any police officer. We'll use Matos because he's one of our favorites. He's got to be officer of the year 2019 for Florida. That guy.
He sure is.
So you take a guy like Matos, who's a police officer, and he's in a town, and again, like I said, he's doing 800 unlawful detainments every year. This guy, he's detaining 3 people every day unlawfully, getting ID, anything like that. So
he'd never get mine.
If we are, going to flip the script, then what we need to do is, of those 800 people he's unlawfully detained, we're going to have to help 400 of them sue him for the unlawful detainment. We're going to have to help them with their paperwork. We're going to have to help them with legal information, not legal advice, because legal advice is wrong and you'd go to jail for that. But legal information is a different matter, and that's available to anybody, and we can provide that to anybody too. Yeah. Well, again, when we talk about this stuff, we have to know about this stuff. So the difference between legal advice and legal information is, with legal advice, you can't give the outcome of, say, a case. You can't tell somebody, yeah, you'll probably win that case or you might lose that case. And you can't apply the specific set of facts of their case. You can't apply the law to that. But you can give them hypotheticals. You can give them, what you would do or what you have done in the same situation.
Grammatically speaking, though, Captain Awesome, grammatically speaking, everyone in here that knows their rights and studies the case law and everything, everybody in this chat is considered, quote unquote, a paralegal. There's a difference between a certified legal assistant and a paralegal, but everybody here studies the law, which is basically what the definition of a paralegal is. People that are interested in reading court cases, people that learn or are learning. You don't have to go to school for it. There's no criteria. There's no certifications for a paralegal. A paralegal is somebody who basically studies the law.
Right. You're right. There is no license for paralegal like there is for a lawyer. And
but there is for a certified legal assistant.
Yes.
I'm going to be bar certified. That's why I know I'm nervous about it.
Ooh.
Well, you have to let us all know how the bar was.
Yeah, you should go to the bar's Facebook page. They've got some pretty interesting postings on there. I don't know if you've ever checked that out or paid attention to that at all.
No, I'm just trying to get through Law 101, Criminal Law 101, and Civil Law 101. I'm just trying to get through them, man. I'm in my finals week this week.
There's a lot to learn in that, man.
Still rocking those A's too, man. Still rocking those A's. But no, you're absolutely right on. You can't give legal advice, which is why I said I'll write papers for you guys. I never said I was gonna
tell you what to
give
do.
You legal advice as to how to write them.
Right. We want to provide legal information. We're moving towards an organization that's going to be able to help in that aspect. We'll talk about that more after the beginning of the year, but we got some big ideals in order to help, the common man and get some of the stuff under our belt. Education, knowledge is the key. It's always been the key. It's always going to be the key. And what the elite like to do is they like to occult information and hide it. And that's how, because when you have the wrong information or you have bad information, you're always going to make bad decisions based on that bad information. It's always going to lead to the same spot. You know, a lot of self-help, you know, gurus, Tony Robinson and Rich Dad, Poor Dad, that guy, and all these self-help gurus, man, they'll tell you the same thing. If you want to change your life, you got to change your beliefs. And and you can't do that. You can't change your beliefs if you have bad information, or you base your beliefs on bad information. So, you know, there's a lot of learning that we got to do. There's a lot of teaching that they didn't do for us. And of course, we all know the reason why they didn't do that is because, you know, the government's not going to benefit from, you know, 20 million 7-Eleven workers sitting around in their free time second guessing every move the government makes.
No, they
because
won't.
they're actually intelligent enough to understand the moves the government makes. So the government a long time ago decided to dumb down society so that way no one's going to sit around and question the government. All they're going to do is they're going to go to work, they're going to pay their bills, they're going to send their kid to the same school they went to, and you know, they're going to die. And that's what the government wants you to do. They want you to go to work, pay taxes, and then die, and do it as quietly as possible. They don't want you to ask any questions. They don't want you making waves.
Look at what they've done. If you look back, and we'll take it back to say the turn of the century, 1900, 1901. Okay, everybody that was a citizen back then pretty much had a small copy of the Constitution in their back pocket and could articulate their rights because there really wasn't that much case law at that time. We've had a big boost in case law over the years. Okay, if you look at today. Okay, now back then they had Constitution even in their purse or their pockets. Today, you couldn't get somebody to tell you what the 8th Amendment is. Nobody understands what the 10th Amendment is, let alone what judicial supremacy means. You know, they don't get it.
Well, no.
And it's scary. It's really scary.
Well, again, that's because they've hid this information away from us.
Exactly.
And, you know, what I like to do, and I encourage other people to do it as well, but you know, download history and law books off Google Books that are 100, 200 years old, and then take those history books and what you read in those and compare it to what you read in a history book that's in the school today. If you go to your local Goodwill, you're gonna find a history book from the last 20 years that from a public school. Pick up that history book, read it, and see if it jives with just what you were taught when you were a kid, and then imagine, you know, reading it back 100 years. See, the further
just don't
you go
ask
back,
your kids to read it if it's in cursive.
Right. Well, the further you go back in history and law and stuff like that, the closer you're going to get to the truth. Because, you know, back then. The only people that could afford a lot of these books were the rich, and the rich were the ones that were running everything. So they had to get that information out to other, you know, to other people, to other communities that were doing this. So they were all on the same page, I guess you could say, you know?
So, exactly.
I agree.
It's exactly right.
The further you
Listen,
go
guys,
back,
I gotta cut out of here, but I wanted to say thanks for having me out tonight, guys. And
Thank you for showing.
Yep.
Thanks, Rob.
And
Good to see you,
yep,
Captain.
we'll have more content coming out, and you know, happy holidays, Merry Christmas to everybody.
Happy holidays. Merry Christmas, man. Good to see you. Let's get out there sometime.
I'll talk to you soon.
And, you know, he's right on target, though. I mean, they've been changing the education. Now they're starting to bring cursive back because a lot of people were complaining. Some parents were teaching their kids at home. If you can't read cursive, how can you read the Constitution in its original form?
right? Well, yeah. But what he's saying, it goes way deeper than cursive. It goes into the actual square root of education, and
Right.
There are books out there that tell you. There are study guides from way back then, and you'll read and you'll see things the way it's supposed to be. It almost aligns with the Constitution, the way people were educated back then. But somewhere along the way, gradually, they steered it in some kind of direction to dumb you down and not
Well-
let you be successful. Because, like he said, these educational books were not for everyone. They were only for the ones that were well off. And they actually taught. There is a book. I wish Rights Crispy was in here. Damn it. Rights Crispy told me about this
Take
book.
care, Rob.
Well,
Here, let me text him.
it's an actual textbook.
I don't know.
what-
I took constitutional law in college, and the difference that I've noticed from what they teach you in college and what people actually believe today
Yeah, yep.
is a far cry. I mean, you know, like people say, you know, this is abuse of this, abuse of that. You know, generally, if it shocks the conscience, whatever the cop does to you, if it shocks the conscience, it's illegal. You know,
Right.
if they jump over a car, tackle
Mhm.
you, butt you in the head with an M16 or whatever, knock you 3 times over a thing and start beating the hell out of you, well, that would shock the conscience. That's illegal.
Right,
can't do
right,
that.
right. It shouldn't shock you if you're doing something wrong.
But the point with the cursive isn't in the cursive. The point in the cursive is the fact that they're turning people away from the Constitution. They're not they're not instructing it. They're not showing people what their rights actually are. They're not discussing that.
Right. I agree with you there too, and I also think it's another move just to dumb people down. In the past
Exactly.
10 or 12 years with Facebook
more than
and
that.
MySpace and all that shit, like I've seen a collapse in like human fucking intelligence, and it's true.
Extreme
Now
collapse.
nobody reads a story anymore. They just read the catchy headline and then they go with it. They say, "Oh, this person did that," and they make
Yeah.
assumptions off the catchy headline.
Yeah,
And
if
then
it's
they
not
share
on
it.
video, if it's
Right.
not on video and you can't watch and hear it, most people aren't interested.
Yeah, in 1995, nobody's going off of the catchy headline. They're actually going to click the story and read it. But somewhere around 2001, 1998, something after the internet age happened, we really got dumbed down.
When it was supposed to
Big
help
time.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was
Well, they
supposed
don't
to
want
help.
you to see what's
Instead of
going on.
using it as a tool,
We're
they
not
just
using it
everybody
for it.
uses it as just okay. Just give me the answer. I don't care nothing. Just give me the answer.
Right. We're not using it the right way. It does help a lot of us, the internet, but a lot of us use it for that connectivity thing. Oh, I want to see what my friends are doing. And then in between that is articles that says like man like fucks an alien or some shit, and people believe the stuff because they don't really read it.
If you guys want to do a FOIA sometime, FOIA the FBI, okay, for overseas misinformation by the CIA and the control of the population through the CIA. Take a look at the way that they did it with radio, TV, and all the other propaganda building it up and everything, and then take a look at the structure of the United States and tell me that the CIA is not operating internally.
They are. Very
Wow.
serious.
It's all misinformation. You know, how many people are going to vote for somebody that let me ask you, do you guys work hard for a living? Would you consider yourselves blue collar workers?
Yep.
Why would
Yeah.
anybody vote for somebody? And I'm not going to mention any names in the race. I'll let you guys do your own public records request. I'm not here to publish or promote any president or anything. But how many people would want to vote for somebody that cheats on the average of 16.6 people per year and has over the last 12 years, and you can pull it out of the New York City appellate court to get the facts?
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Yes.
Okay, if you knew that there was somebody running for president, whether they're current president or up and coming, okay,
Mhm.
and you knew that over the last 12 years or
Yeah.
more, they're sued and successfully litigated against for non-payment to blue-collar workers under contract. Okay, this president, whether it be female or male, I'm gonna let you do your own homework. This presidential candidate has cheated blue collar workers over the last 12 years at least, since the last bankruptcy of the business of this person, has cheated on the average 16.6 people suing. You and I both know that people that get cheated by the cops, how many sue out of that? Maybe 5%? Because they have the money to do it?
I don't even
Okay,
think
so
that
if somebody's cheating this person because they have this much money, how many others did they cheat and those people couldn't afford to go to court?
I totally agree with you. Look, I think all politicians are dirty. I never liked any of them. I never liked one of these guys or girls that are in these these political seats in Congress and Senate and all the way through the cabinet and the president and all that shit.
So we need term limits and
I'm loud about it. I don't care about it. You can judge me or say whatever, dude. I don't vote. I don't believe in this. I believe they're chosen. People are chosen for whatever reason. I mean, you look at George Bush Jr., not Junior, but the George W. Bush, right? Now, everybody made fun of him because he had so many gaffes during his campaign. It was easy to.
Yeah.
But if you ever see interviews with the guy, he's a pretty cool dude. He's just, he's not smart enough to be a president and be in control of the whole country.
No, he's a puppet.
Bill Clinton, he's getting BJs under the fucking desk in the White House.
No,
and that's not even the worst of his.
Awesome president. No, man. He's
Don't get me started on NAFTA.
Fucking desk in the Oval Office, man.
Don't get me started on NAFTA with Clinton. Right? Okay, we lost all of our business when Clinton raised the port fees and all of that, making it cheaper to do business overseas from these companies, taking all of our companies, shipping all of our work overseas for the labor to places with third world labor that barely pay the kids that are doing the job. So next time you hit that remote on your TV and it was made in some third world country, remember that was probably done by a 4-year-old.
And Bill Clinton's to blame for that shit, and you're definitely right. He's to blame for what's going on now. But then the president before him was to blame for what happened a few years ago.
Let me ask you guys a question, if I may. How many of you think that John F. Kennedy was a hero?
I can't say whether he was or wasn't.
John F. Kennedy put us in the position that we're in right now. When he backed up the silver notes while we were transferring to what is now fractional lending, which means that banks, for every $1 that a bank has physical possession of, they can loan $17 on that $1 that they have physical possession of, which is why the debt has increased in America, because we're on fractional lending. Well, that's what the problem is. That's where the whole thing started. And that's why he was probably killed.
Hold on. Help me understand this. What is fractional lending?
Okay. So basically, the Federal Reserve, which is not federal and has absolutely no reserves,
right? The Federal Reserve
runs the country. Yeah. They're the centralized bank. They allow all. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm with you. Keep going though. Keep going. Okay. Now I understand what you were talking about.
Okay. So the centralized bank gives the money to these other banks. They help them get started. They give them their certifications and everything. For every $1 that bank has physical possession of, they're allowed to loan that $1 17 times over without recourse.
How does that ever work out? I mean, I don't get it.
It doesn't. That's why we're in the problem. Exactly.
It's just like the real estate crash where they were selling the mortgages, and then the mortgages would get sold again on top of the mortgage that was already sold in the first place. Yep. It's the same thing.
It's a Ponzi scheme, basically.
The Federal Reserve is like the biggest enemy of our land and our country. There's no way we can ever do anything about it because the greed and the money that comes through there, they'll go to war for it.
Clarence, I'm going to
It's a
address
for-profit
Clarence real
company.
quick. I'm going to address Clarence real quick. Clarence, it doesn't matter that there's no gold. We're no longer on the gold standard. Back when, and I don't remember the year, I think it was 72 or 73, that John F. Kennedy put forth, I think it was 10,100 or something, presidential decree. Anyway, the decree took us from the silver note standard, which he said that the government would completely honor until the standard was set over from the gold standard to the fractional lending that's currently in place. So having no gold makes absolutely no difference. We're not going off of gold. We go $17 on $1. So that's why that's why there's no gold.
Yeah, you know that's funny, and everybody knows. Everybody has heard the stories about CUSIP numbers and mutual funds, and being traded as things such as shipping vessels and groups. But I believe it, and I know it for a fact. There's articles out there of people that have actually cashed their money into CDs and then transferred their money that way. But if they're doing all this, plus they have this fiat currency, which they manipulate so much, right? And then try to claim that there's trillions and trillions of dollars in debt. And then when they do that, then they buy like fleets and fleets and fleets of equipment and trucks and stuff, and then just leave it all overseas when they come back.
Overseas. I could take you down to Red River Army Depot in Texas, Red River, Texas, right now, and they have over 3,000 acres of trucks, Humvees, tires, all kind of vehicles and military warehousing and everything there at Red River Army Depot that they were giving away to the police and to the National Guard because it had been sitting for 5 or 6 years and not even been started. There was no miles. And I was running the trucks. That's how I know about it. I was doing the flatbeds.
And it makes you wonder, why are they overspending? Why are they buying too much? What are they doing? Is it like a budget thing?
Yeah. It's called, they called it spend ups when I was in the Army. I ended up in a detail, and it's called a War Readiness Fund. They have to continue to spend the money in order to have the budget, in order to have it included in the next budget to say, well, we spent this money, so we need to have that same amount of money the next time in case we go to war, which is why we're larger than the next 5 armies in line.
Mm-hmm. The same as any other budget works.
Yep. It's just a budget that they keep getting it. That's it. It's just what happens.
That you have to say, hey, we spent this much last year. We'll need this much, or probably more this year.
A little bit more. Yep.
And I've never seen a toilet lid for $6,700. So.
Yeah. I can say something about something like that. What is that?
A $6,700 toilet lid. That's great.
Where was I seeing this? It was like a government contracts, shaving down like the regulation size toilets are one size, right? And then you shave it down an inch in width for government facilities, and you write up this code for government facilities.
Well, I know that ain't going to work in a cop shop.
Right?
I know, you're right. It's so funny.
There's going to be some overflow there, baby.
So it's like, I was talking about this. So it was like, you spent like say like the standard toilet is like 37 inches wide or some shit from like, the tank from side to side, right? But and that would be code for anywhere. But they make it so that it has to be 36 or 35 inches wide, or 38 or 39 inches wide, right? So that nobody else really makes these toilets, so they can contract somebody to just make the toilets just for them and spend more on them.
Yeah, Yeah, they do. But I'm telling you, if they're going to cut down the sizes, they better not do that at the police stations, man,
I
because
know you're right.
there are going to be some people falling off toilets, man. They just,
Yeah, they're gonna have to start cutting back salary, man, because those guys eat too good.
I'll tell you what, they're going to be crushing toilets out there, especially in Dixie County.
Oh, snap.
Thank you for being here, Clarence. Yeah, a lot of it's crooked. A lot of everything they do is crooked. That's for sure.
I've always said, good cops swallow, bad cop. I mean, good cops suck, bad cops swallow.
Gulping it. So I don't know if you heard me earlier in the stream about my buddy that's up in New York right now in Erie County.
Okay.
Can't find any charges on him. Can't find any bail on him. Can't find anything at all on him. But he's been locked up there since Halloween.
Has he? Does he have a lawyer?
I can't find anything. I can't find anything about it other than the fact that he's in the jail. That's the only thing that I can find.
Wow. And you don't know if he could have possibly turned in a habeas corpus writ or anything?
That's I tried to find a case that they had open that was running on the clerk of the court, and the clerk of the court doesn't even show a case running for him right now.
And yet he's incarcerated.
Yes. And when
that's a violation of the Eighth Amendment.
I know it is. So when I called today, I played the phone call from earlier when I was talking to the officer up there, or the deputy, or whoever it was. And he said that he was in the division that just arrests people and goes and serves warrants and stuff. And he wouldn't give me any information. So I sent a public records request up there in an email, but I don't even know if they're going to respond to that. But if he hasn't filed a habeas corpus, we need to look into that for him, because I don't know if you know, but it's based off of the family court system probably. That's probably what it is.
Okay. Well,
really
I believe
big into fighting them. Like, he's been in federal court fighting the family court system and everything. So they might be trying to make an example out of him too.
My understanding, and I'd have to go look it up again, I'm not sure if there was a case or that what the case was, but my understanding was that they overturned states' rights to keep incarcerated fathers and mothers that don't pay child support because it's counterproductive.
Yeah,
and it's civil. It's not. The case is civil.
You know
what?
So
they can't jail for it.
Yeah, but they do anyway, and this is how they get around it. They say that you're in contempt of the court order, so they hold you in contempt instead of getting it some other way. They say, since you didn't pay the court order, we're going to hold you in contempt of court and jail you until you come up with some exorbitant amount of money to pay your way out of jail. And it's basically, it turns it into a debtor's prison. If you don't have the money to get out, you're screwed. Like, literally.
Yeah, if you don't have the money for an attorney to fight that, you're fucked.
Yeah, and they don't give you an attorney. They don't do anything. I don't know if you know anything about that racket that they're running, but that's a racket and a half that they're running. So,
well, it sounds to me basically like the rhetorical nature of it, and I'm not an attorney or anything like that, but the rhetorical nature of it sounds a bit like what would come in what was called a slap suit, a rhetorical slap suit, and Jeff Gray has gone through that quite a few times with St. Johns County. And basically what they try to do is they try to stifle you by suing you. But in this case, instead of suing, they're stifling him by keeping him incarcerated.
Yep. And they put gag orders on you. They do all sorts of things like that.
Yep.
Hey, I'm going to duck out, guys. I hate to cut. I got to duck out. But it was a good time being here. Love seeing everybody.
Joining us. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Lee Watch, man. Love your stuff. I'll see you later.
Thanks for being
I'll
here.
show all you guys later.
Okay, so here's the thing. Do you know what the Title 4D Act of the Social Security Act is?
No, I don't. I'm not familiar.
All right, that deals with family court and child support. And what it is for every dollar that a state collects in child support, the federal government reimburses the state and then gives them then some. So last time I checked, I think it was last year that they reported it, Florida was getting, I think, $5 or $7 in change for every dollar that they collect from somebody in child support money. And every other state is doing the exact same thing. And it's all running out of Social Security. So what they're doing is they're taking millions and millions and millions, if not billions of dollars out of Social Security and dumping it into the states. And then these states that get this, like the Department of Revenue here in Florida, they don't have to report it. They don't have to tell what they do with it. It goes into this account that's called undistributed funds. And then they just kind of dolly it off and it just disappears. If you guys look into this, this is something. Yes, this is something serious.
Undistributed funding.
Yes, it's
and
something.
And then it just dribbles off of that.
Yep, and
so
it goes.
They have no problem. They really have no problem just putting it out there like that. That they're just
because nobody will touch family court. Everybody's scared to fucking death of family court. They're more scared of family court than they are the regular cops.
Because they'll come after you, dude. They'll split your family up.
They don't have any laws that they have to follow, no due process, nothing. And if they can get some monetary value out of it, boy, they will never let you go.
Oh, dude, devils,
that's where somebody like me who has no kids that they have absolutely no jurisdiction over. I'm somebody that can fuck with them. I'm somebody that can mess with them all day long, and there's nothing they can do about it.
You need to look into it because here, let me see if I can find the paperwork that I pulled really quick from the state. Title 4D. Yep, it's a Title 4D of the Social Security Act. Okay, so now here's some paperwork that I've got here from this. Okay,
damn, dude. Yeah, you got the whole office set up right there, man.
I do, man. I've got 2 monitors, another.
Man, it's like watching somebody that I go to my law office or something like that, man. Could you pull up the AC file for me, please?
Right.
I know you got one in there, man. I need to know what the expense report was. I know you got it in there, man.
I do too. This is okay. So
everybody else would have been like, "I'll be right back."
Right. Yeah, I keep this stuff together, especially with these ones here.
Man, you're good. You're just damn good.
All right. So how many cases? All right. Give me a county in Florida. And let's see. Putnam County. Okay. Where is the P? I don't see that one listed. Okay. So
probably because most of the citizens are inbred.
Okay. So what is a major city that's close to that?
Palatka.
What county is that?
Putnam.
Putnam? Okay, well, I don't have Putnam here. So
you don't have Palatka at all?
Nope.
How about Green Cove Springs?
Which one?
Green Cove Springs. I think it's Clay.
Clay County. Nope. I've got Crestview, Gainesville, Lake City, Marinero, Gainesville. Okay, so Gainesville, as of 9/19/2019, has 12,137 open child support cases.
Oh, geez.
In that month.
How many?
12,137. And I bet you without any okay, I've got 2 more, Pasco and Hillsborough. I'll do those 2 next. Okay, so out of those 12,137 open cases, on an average in a year per month, they suspend 468.8 people's driver's license, professional license, hunting licenses, whatever kind of license that there is, and they have to pay a purge to get that license back. So they're going to have to come out of money to get that license back.
All on a civil matter.
Yes. Now, on an average monthly in the same year time span, they attempt to incarcerate 82.5 people. That's for Gainesville. Okay, so now I had Pasco and Hillsborough County also. So now let me bring those 2 up because I'm pretty sure those 2 are together here. I think Pasco is not Bradenton.
No, Pasco is before Bradenton.
Yeah, I know, but I'm looking for... Okay, so Pasco County is going to be the Brooksville office, I would assume.
Right, Brooksville.
Okay, so they have 6,429 open child support cases.
Damn, half of Gainesville. I guess those party kids are up there at UF, huh?
So now, on a monthly average in the year, they try to suspend 200 people's driver's licenses, and they try to throw 34 people in jail. Now, when we go to Hillsborough County, this is where it gets serious. Hillsborough County has 50,469 open cases. On a monthly average, they suspend almost 1,900 people's licenses, and they throw almost 200 people in jail on a monthly average.
Wow.
Wow.
Over family cases,
Over child support. That's
child support alone. Wow.
Only
Yeah.
child support is what that information is for. And now here, you thought Hillsborough County was big for cases? That ain't shit. Orlando has 71,672 cases that they deal with.
Yeah, but what's the citizen difference?
No.
What's the population difference?
I believe Hillsborough County does Hillsborough County, and Hillsborough County has like 3.3 million people or 3.4 million people in it, I think, doesn't it? Somewhere.
No, they're not that big. It's a country town. Maybe 77 to 150,000. I wouldn't say any more than 300,000.
You think all through Hillsborough County, though?
Yeah, because Putnam County is one of the largest per mile, but we're one of the poorest, and we've only got 108,000 people.
Okay. Let me see. I'm going to look at it right now and see. Hillsborough County's population as of 2019 grew 2.11% in the past year, and the population is estimated at 1.4 million people.
Oh, wow. I didn't think they were that big, but wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Miami?
Oh,
Miami's got 62,000 cases. Fort Myers has 20,000 cases. Fort Lauderdale has 45,000 cases. I mean, now
what's the population down there, though? That's got to be in the 2 millions, right?
Oh, at least, yeah, for Dade County, right? Isn't that Miami's county?
Miami, yeah. Fort Lauderdale is Broward.
Dade is almost 3 million.
What's Broward?
Broward is 2 million.
Yeah, see, so that's why those cases are so high. The population density is incredible.
I agree with you. Now here's the next thing. Okay, so I requested budgets and stuff from these people. Okay. They've got 26 local child support offices. Now, you don't get 26 local custody and visitation offices where there's an army of people and the cops fulfill the orders for custody and visitation. It's only for child support that they do this for. Out of those 26 offices, they said that they're grouped into packs of 5 area offices. And that's what they gave me the budgets for. They didn't give me any of the budgets that I asked them for. So they're a lot. Now, if you figure out of those 70,000 people with the cases in Orlando, let me just do a really quick number here. And let's say that the average child support case is $400 per month, $100 a week, right? Think that could be average for a child support case?
Or more, yeah, but that's about a minimum.
Okay, so we times that by 52, and we get $20,800 a year from one person. Then we times that by 70,000, and that is that number correct? 1, 2, 3. That's $1,456 million.
Jeez.
Now, if the government gives them, let's just say $5 back on every dollar that they've collected,
oh, geez.
The state of Florida made $7,280 million on child support.
Jeez.
I mean, there it is. I mean, that's it. And nobody's going to be able to change that, because the people that have the best chance at changing that that's when they go to war. That's when the government goes to war with us.
Yup. I mean, the amount of money that the child support system, and the worst part about it is, like, we all film the police and everything that they do and all these government agencies and stuff. The police, they are so corrupt when it comes to this. Family court, child support is a civil order. It's a civil case in an administrative hearing. Most of the time, you never see a real, quote, judge on a bench. You never have correct due process. You're not afforded an attorney, nothing. The state, on the other hand, pays for an attorney, pays for the administrative person, pays for everything to prosecute you with a licensed attorney that they pay for and they have on retainer. That's a whole group of them in every county. But now when you go to the other side of it and you're on the custody and visitation side of it, there is no state attorney on either side to help you. The police don't enforce the orders. They don't jail people for it. They don't do any of the things that they do with a child support order. It's like a completely different thing, but they're the exact same thing. They're both a civil order. Neither one of them should be able to be enforced by an officer at any point in time, unless it was something like a domestic violence injunction where domestic violence people needed to have protection from the police because they were going to get killed or something like that is going to happen.
Right. They get away with it because of legislature and legal code. Right?
No, there is nothing that says that the cops can arrest you that I've seen from the child support order. It's all based on a contempt.
No, they don't. It doesn't say that particularly. It says that it is illegal to do this or that, or sometimes they miswrite it and say unlawful,
Maybe.
which is wrong because
I would have to look
lawful
at
would
that.
mean constitutional, and legal would mean legislature.
Yeah,
And legal code, penal code, statutes. They're all bullshit, really, but they're there and they will stick.
yeah.
And that's where the fuck we're at. I mean, if we go against the legal code, then they'll label us a complete sovereign citizen.
Yes, and that's the hard part. I mean, I see people in these groups and fathers' rights advocates and all of these guys that are doing this kind of stuff, and girls too, because girls face the same problem that guys do when it comes to this. And to try and get these laws changed to make them fair or make them balanced, it never happens. They all get shut down. They get hidden. Like, I get stuff from the government all the time from Florida. Let me see who it comes from. It comes from FloridaRules.org is who it comes from. And it's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes on that we never see. A lot of stuff. $100 per week equals $5,200 per year.
But what I'm saying is there's all this stuff that we know. Like, man, I've had this conversation like with many people about the difference between legal code and law, right? And how even in law books, things that are legal code, the definitions of them have the word lawful or unlawful in them, which is wrong. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason that there's the word illegal and legal exists. It would just be lawful or unlawful, right?
It would be.
Right, because legal derives from legislature. This is not a this is what the gold fringe and all that on the flag with the maritime and the admiralty law and court system.
Now, see, a lot of guys, that's how they're fighting them, is with maritime law.
Well, anything else would be treason.
I'll tell you guys.
The real loophole from treason is this maritime law that they do with legal code and legislature.
Yeah.
Guys, there's a difference. And I'm not going to mention the person's name because the person's just not worthy of it. And you guys are way too popular to help him out. But there was somebody that PJ Audits?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, I remember him, yeah.
Her, yeah.
Oh, that channel. Yeah.
Yeah, the one that she wears PJs because government's just not worth getting dressed
Oh,
for.
pajama audits. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Well, she's like my best friend.
Okay.
And,
Yeah. I remember. Yeah.
This person
She's
screwed
the one
her
that sent
over.
Eric Grant the piggy pajamas.
Yeah. Yep. And then all the Colorado people turned their back on her. They don't like her anymore. I don't know why. Anyway, he started talking like a sovereign citizen. Now, understand you, I'm pre-law, okay? I'm actually studying, the real stuff that you go into court with. And he tried to present me with all that sovereign citizen stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to get you anywhere.
It doesn't work.
Exactly. It doesn't work. It's never going to
It's
work.
double
We're
talk.
already slaves to this shit that they call a legal system.
We have to change the legal system with the options and the tools that they allow us to use, and that's electing people into office that will change it for us. It's petitioning the government to change it for us.
It's winning case law.
And case law, yeah. That too. But you look to try and find some case law that people have won against child support. Good luck with it.
Oh no, I'll find it all day long. I could find it all day long. I could pull you up 1,000 cases of winning attorneys with case law. There's got to be millions
you'll
of
probably
them.
find more case law for that than you'll find in constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Yep. Because divorce is just that much more popular.
Yeah, it's a huge money-making racket. It is a money-making racket for sure.
It's kind of funny. Marriage is a sacred institution, and I'm going to keep it that way by not getting married. Too many people rush in. I'm really loyal to you guys here in Florida for what you're doing. I love your videos. I love the fact that you're out there and you're active and everything like that. But it's without case law, without bringing it to something that actually benefits society, we're doing what I've been doing for the past 6 years. We're making videos and making people aware, and that's it.
Yep. Which we do. We need to get case law put in there at this point.
We have case law. We have Smith versus Cummings up in the 11th. We have, Doc Justice just really helped us with the right to record, even surreptitiously, in a police station. The chief or the sheriff or nobody has to even know that you're recording. You can do it without their knowledge, or you can do it right blatantly in front of them, and that's in McDonough v. Rundle.
Now, what about the laws that they just passed in Illinois and Rochester, New York?
Which laws are those? And they don't really affect the 11th Circuit because they're up north.
They don't, but isn't it possible for a ripple effect to come from that?
I would say that. Well, okay, so let's say I'm going in front of a judge and I was arrested for filming in public. Okay, and I was on a sidewalk and everything else. Smith versus Cummings is going to hold weight. That's what's going to be the meat and potatoes. Any other, let's take Fordyce versus Seattle for a minute, okay? The cop is trying to claim that because I was filming in front of this place that it's suspicious. Well, if you take a case like Fordyce versus Seattle, the meat and potatoes of that, the judge comes out in the opinion and says anything that's constitutionally protected, you can't use as reasonable articulable suspicion. That's not something that you can draw suspicion from. Yeah. It's constitutionally protected. That's Fordyce versus Seattle. So that will back your argument against the cop, but it can't be introduced as case law. It's just it's kind of just like supporting.
Yeah, so here where I'm at, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware are in the Third Circuit appeals courts. So we have Fields v. The city of Philadelphia.
Yep.
And we can stand on that in those 3 states. It's the same deal as Smith versus the city of Cumming. and it's just like Smythe versus Seattle.
The right to gather and record matters of public interest in public is a constitutionally protected activity safeguarded by the First Amendment.
What has to
Freedom
happen?
of press.
Yeah, what has to happen is it doesn't. Oh, I'm sorry, Constitutional Corner. What Eyes on the State was asking, though, I remember he said it will a trickle down effect or something, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't. Well, case law doesn't actually work like that. It only works when an incident happens. So, like, it wouldn't be like one state legalized, like, marijuana or whatever recreationally, and then the next state next to it ends up doing it because everybody's going to that state to do it anyway.
Well, that goes down to the 10th Amendment.
You'd have to actually have an incident that happens that somebody says, you know what, I'm willing to take this all the way to my circuit's appeals court, and then win. And then after that, boom, there's 3 more states covered.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it all comes down to the 10th Amendment and the rights for states to govern themselves and make laws accordingly. And basically, if it doesn't mention that it's illegal or it's not mentioned in any law book or anything in the Constitution, then you're free to do it. That's the way it works. It's safeguarded. Because then it goes to the people from the state.
Right.
So,
and there's a lot of legal code that exists that they'll try to stick with you with, but then you can get that changed. That's where the case law happens. Right?
It's all fun and games until somebody breaks out the 1983 and then cops start shutting up and running the other way.
Right. Now there's other barriers and obstacles and shit they throw in front of you the whole way long. You just have to be willing to fight it out like a Rocky movie.
I love verbal judo. I just never get a cop that's good enough at it. I feel like a sensei every time.
In Florida, they couldn't handle me in Florida. I was out there with Rogue on Monday, and I started to feel the groove, and there's one place they were following us everywhere, and I just said, you know what? I'm just going to unleash on these guys and just play with them. And I did, man. And it was funny.
Oh, God. Yeah, Florida's really tough to get an interaction with anymore.
Yeah.
This was like along the Gulf Coast. So, like, everybody was flaking out everywhere.
Yeah, but, I mean, over the last, few years, Jeff Gray has hit Florida so hard. And now we got Captain Awesome, who's, in every city every single day. You get those two workhorses out there, man. They're aware. They know what's going on. Now you got Big Nick down in South Florida. Yep. I mean, he's kicking some ass down there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Well, I was with Captain Awesome. I was with Rogue Nation, and they were flaking out. There was 5 videos in there in a 6-hour day.
Yep.
Okay. And I swear there's so many cops were cam backing us and recording us back and just acting childish. These are places that they were put together by a certain someone who knew that they would flake the hell out, and they did, man. They certainly performed.
Yes.
Man, I don't get those interactions. Hopefully. Damn it.
What's that?
I never get those interactions, dude.
These are little beach towns. You know what I'm saying? It was getting.
They're the fun.
No, I mean, I go to those rural beach towns. I've been all over America.
I'm sure
my channel. I've been doing this for 6 years, man. Constitutional Corner.
Go to the
this for a while.
Office.
Yeah, we went to Indian Shores. Indian Shores in Reddington Beach. Have you been there?
No, but I will.
Yeah, do them. They deserve another one.
Yeah.
Dude, these guys are pathetic. They followed us. They're the one guy called us sovereign citizens. He's taking my picture. He said, I'm sending this to Homeland Security. I said, oh, they're my friends. They're my friends over there. They know me
I got an
already.
argument for sovereign citizen. You want to hear my comment back for sovereign citizen?
Yeah.
How did you know that I was part Mashantucket Pequot Indian? Because the only sovereign citizens in America are American Indians.
Yes.
Right. That's true. That is very true. Very true.
Yep.
Yo, he was saying.
So you want to call me a sovereign citizen? You can.
What's
I am
paper
part
terrorism?
sovereign citizen.
Yeah. Do you know what paper terrorism means?
Yeah, I basically have, a rough idea just from the sound of it.
Yeah, he said this shit, and then I was looking at a pamphlet because I was fucking with him the whole time, and I was like, "Oh, you're the only terrorist that's in here, sir. Just stop that." And he didn't like that. The chief of Indian Shores, his name is, damn it, why do I always forget this freaking guy's name? You'll find him. You just Google him up. The chief of Indian Shores is a big fat guy. He's a clown. He came up. He was stating the wrong things. He actually came back and manned up and said, "I was wrong about public records requests. Yeah, they can write it down and take it for you." He didn't even know that. Like the guy was acting like a buffoon the whole way through. He's like, "No, I'm asking you a question." I'm like, "No, I'm asking questions. What's your name and badge number?" Wouldn't give it. And it was on his chest and shit. And then I started saying, whoa, wait a minute. You're the chief? That dude freaked out, and his officers below him that came before that, they followed us all the way. Oh, they didn't follow us to Reddington Beach. They got there before we did. They were waiting for us, right? And then I started fucking with them. I said, "You sped past us, and I clocked you going 63 and a 35 to get here before us," and like just making shit up on the guy. And he was like, "No, I didn't." And I was like, "Yes, you did. I clocked it. I clocked
Were you wearing
it."
your seatbelt? Were you wearing your seatbelt? Come on, we gotta know. Were you wearing your seatbelt? Do you have a dash cam?
Did you
It's
see?
funny that
see
they
what
flaked over there.
Top Watch and I were out, and the two Tampa PD officers told us they didn't have to wear seatbelts.
That's actually wrong. If you do the public records request, do the public records request on the seatbelt policies for Tampa, and then publish that.
Mm-hmm.
I've got
Do
it.
a Jeff Gray video, man. Do a Jeff Gray video straight up.
I've got it. Somebody sent me an email of it that says straight out, there's no exception for them.
Right. More police
So you gotta
officers have
publish
died
that.
not wearing their seatbelt.
Because that's a typical Jeff Gray video right there.
Yeah, it is. They're horrendous down in Ybor City. Bad about it.
See,
You
they
thought-
backed down from me. I went to Ybor City. I went down to the docks down there, down to the port, and the police came by me. They looked at me and they drove away. Didn't even say a word. Didn't even stop. I get back. I went to where the park is down there, where you it's like a dog park down by the. Okay, so I parked over there. Well, they were waiting over there, but I had backed in against a tree, so they couldn't read my plate. And I walked up to them and I said, "Hi guys, is there a problem?" No. I said, "You guys were called out here because of photographer, right?" "Yeah, we kind of were." I said, "Listen, dude." I said, "I've been doing this for a long time. There's no big deal. Why are you even responding to this? You guys shouldn't even respond to this. You guys should know better. By now, they should."
I know what it is, dude. I know what it is, dude. They're hoping that you're Ybor Rob. They have it in for him. They have a hard on for that guy.
They
Dude,
do.
We went there Sunday night and we destroyed me and Rice Krispie. We freaking owned these guys. They probably woke up the next morning and were like, "What happened last night?" Dude, Rice Krispie's gonna have the video out before I even get to it.
I doubt it. They were
Ybor Rob.
probably more like past the preparation age first.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, we had a 40-minute one with this guy. He tried to come up to Ybor Rob and intimidate him. Like, he's trying to say things on video, like things that are fake. Like, we had a long conversation on the phone, knowing that he's recording, trying to make it look like he's some kind of informant or something, like making things up, And he told us, "I don't even know this freaking guy, Like, this dude called me on the phone to give me my gimbal back one time. I didn't even know who the guy was I was talking to, and then I just thought it was another cop than the one I talked to on the phone that gave me my gimbal back. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only time I ever seen this guy around Ybor, right? And he comes up to him trying to do that to him, and we said, "Get out of here! You heard the man. He doesn't fucking know who the fuck you are. Can't you take a hint? Get the fuck out of here!" And then he had too much ego. He wanted to stand around, and then he got into talking about 12 and 13. He's a coach for 12 and 13-year-old football team, and then we kind of accused him of being a pedophile because Well, we didn't do that. I said Jerry Sandusky was a football coach too, and yeah, and then he said, "Oh, well, he got in trouble for something in Pennsylvania, right?" So he like it didn't even strike him. Like he has these sunken in eyes. This guy, Fannin, his name is. You'll see him on Wright's Crispy, man. His video of him is so good. It's right in his
I've
face.
probably seen him
I love
before.
Wright.
I've been down to Ybor a lot. So
Well,
yeah,
now
he's
that
a
I've got
white guy, like reddish, blondish hair, reddish hair,
I think
something
so.
like that. Sunken in eyes.
I got to fix my motorcycle, guys. I broke the chain on my motorcycle last week.
Oh no.
Okay.
I got it ordered and everything. It's not going to be until after the 23rd.
Sleep
Yeah.
man.
Older bikes, man. What are you going to do? But I'm planning on a lot of Tampa shit, man. Because
Let me know,
Tampa,
yeah.
from what you guys are saying, is like off the chain, and I want a piece of that. Because
Yeah,
now I've got
Ebert
some,
easily
you know,
Yeah.
I want to go down and have some civil legal judo disputes with some really dumbass cops that think that they got some, you know, and I want to do it in a respectful manner that just makes them look like shitheads.
Right. Provenza is the guy who's the douchebag in
I
town.
know him. I met
We
him.
found him. And I was telling him, because in the arrest video, he were Rob. He's like, no, you don't tell me no, or something. So I found him, and I was like, nobody tells you no. Nobody tells you no. He wouldn't roll down the window. I said, well, all right, well, I'm gonna tell you no 10 times, and we're gonna count it together. All right. And I told him no 10 times, and I did a real emphasized no at the end. So that's 11, motherfucker. You don't got no voice. What are you, a coward? And then he rolled off. I told him, what I want you to do is turn the ignition on, put the car in gear, go that way, make a turn, go up that street, and get out of Ybor and never come back. Like I was pissed at this dude.
Yeah.
And then we waited there till everybody rolled off. Get the fuck out of here. Go. And then they left, and then all the other shit happened with Fannin. And then they tried to say that we were trespassing in front of a fucking restaurant. The shit they try to pull on Ybor Rob and shit all the time, right?
Yep.
And we hadn't even ever made it that far up the street yet, ever that night. So we knew that was bullshit, right? So we're telling them, go ahead, go talk to the caller, right? They called you, right? They called you. We're done talking to you. Go talk to them. So he goes up to talk to them. I follow right behind him and shit. And he goes, oh, if they give you any more trouble, just let us know. I said, what trouble did we give you, sir? Why did you call? Right? And then the cop goes to him, you don't have to answer their questions, right? And then just, if they give you any more trouble, call. We're like, yo, look, man, we were never here on that. We never even made it this far. It's all on video, dude. You're a fucking liar. You know, we own that guy, and they all left. Like there was a lot of them. There's a bum in there.
There's a whole
bum
bunch.
guy. He's yelling at us the whole time.
Oh,
fucking bothering the police, man.
I've seen him, I think.
Probably. He's like
Yup.
snitching on his boy. This other bum guy, he is fucking pissed in public, man. I'm like, way to snitch on your fucking boy, bro.
He's gonna take his house later.
Yeah, he wants his like belongings.
That's it.
That's craziness.
It's a cutthroat world.
Yeah, it's silly down here. It really is.
Well, okay, so when you guys gonna leave out of there and come up and support my ass up here in Putnam County against Wells, man? I'm fighting this fight alone. Nobody's helping me.
Yeah, y'all should get together. Y'all should get together, man. If I was still up there, I'd be about it. Or down there. I mean,
up there.
Well, next time you're in the area, let me know, man. I could throw you a couch. I own property.
That's what's up, man. Yeah, I'll be out there. I'll be out there again for sure, man. I had a good time down there.
You know, if a bunch of people want to come down, I've got over an acre in the country. Pitch some tents outside, man.
Oh yeah, bonfire.
That'll be what it is. We'll just come with a whole
God,
group.
I've got plenty of wood. All the wood's free. You don't even need wood. I've got chainsaws. I've got everything you need here. We'll build a bonfire.
Damn. I wish we'd have known when I was down there. Damn.
Right?
Well, I couldn't have when you were here, man. I was too deep in school. I cut down by one class this semester, so I had a little more time.
I got you. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely down. it's got to get exposed. And me working by myself is just not helping. I need a group of people that affirms what I'm saying is true.
Rights Crispy and Eyes and Rogue and News Now South Florida will I'm sure they'll all go help you.
Tampa Bay, yep. And of course, Pajama Audits. If we get a bunch of us out there and we picket this police station and we put the facts out there, Joe Wells, he's a known liar. He's a cover-up artist. He's been caught. We need signs that let people know that what they're voting for is a facade. They're all about their image, but they'll lie about public records requests. I don't know if Wolfie, I don't know if you know Teresa R, but Eyes, I know you know Teresa R, right?
I know of her.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she did a public records request to the Putnam County Sheriff's Office asking how many people, or for the list of the people that were blocked from commenting on the Facebook.
Which is illegal.
And on the Facebook page, and they came back with, we do not block anybody from commenting on the Facebook page of the Putnam County Sheriff's Office.
Really?
And I can prove to you right now that I'm still blocked from commenting.
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's a lie right there.
I've seen it plenty of times. It happens everywhere, in every place.
Well, get this. I sent my demand letter. My letter of intent. I'm sorry. I sent my letter of intent about 3 months ago. And in it, I demanded the arrest of the public records, the head of the public records. I want him arrested. That is a that's a third-degree misdemeanor. No, it's a first-degree misdemeanor to lie about public records. It's a first-degree misdemeanor, and I want charges pressed.
Oh, dude, there's a case there. I'm sure there's a case there.
Oh, of course there is.
Yeah, man, that happens all the time. I was blocked from a page somebody shared on social media. Had a picture of a bunch of heroin bags, and they all looked like they were used already. You know what I'm saying? And they were like making it look like they cleaned up the community. This like it was some big bust or some shit, right? So I went on there and on their Facebook comments and wrote something like, "All you did was clean up fucking some heroin addict's trash." Like, what are you guys, like garbage men with badges or some shit like that, right? And they blocked my shit and they blocked me from their channel. That's just one case alone. I'm sure it happens everywhere. These fucking guys are convoluting against
my page used to be Constitutional Corner. I've changed my channel name now to Cool Media.
Oh, okay. Is that the same channel, just different name?
Yeah. It's the same channel, same subs, everybody.
All right, well, I'm still subscribed then.
Yeah. But and I was only doing that because somebody asked what my channel was.
Yes.
People versus State or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to put a link in the chat?
Actually, it's not letting me chat from my phone.
Oh, really?
Yep. I've tried. I pushed chat, and it's not letting me chat.
Well, how about that? Isn't that nice of them?
Right,
I know.
Crispy, man, must be sleeping and shit, man. I had him up all night last night.
I love Rice Crispy.
He didn't answer. Oh, we lost him. Oh, no. I'm trying to find...
no.
I know I had him subbed before. They might have taken it away. I don't know where it is now. We'll have to see if he comes back. Hopefully he'll come back. Let me put another invite link in here. Bloop. There. We'll put another one in. Yeah, the child support's a fun one. You should go and check them out yourself also.
Yeah, I'm gonna check all that out now. That's a new thing I want to go and film and find out things about.
Yeah, go and check it out. I mean,
the child support stuff. I'm big into DHS now. I want to hit every every Department of Human Services, or
that's a good one too.
Yeah, or every whatever family.
You know what I've been doing for the last couple of years, and I'm really big on it. We were talking about the CIA earlier. Well, Well, it goes a little bit before Area 51. Back when they did Trinity and Area 51 was kind of going on, the CIA formed two companies. They formed EG&G, which owned Janet Airlines, and they formed URS, which handled the runways and the outer perimeter security, what they call the camo dudes. Okay, recently, in 2011, a company called ACOM purchased both URS and EG&G, both CIA-formed organizations, purchased by the largest construction company in the world, ACOM, and there was no turnaround. So all the CIA members that were still working for those two companies are still working for ACOM. Get this, ACOM not only does Area 51 in our country, but they do the same type of services in multiple countries around the world, including China, the UK, Russia.
Hey, that's just like Triple Canopy. You ever heard of them?
No, I haven't heard of Triple Canopy.
They're the ones that took over for Blackwater back in like 2005 or whatever, when all that bullshit happened.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Scandal. And they're well known in Iraq. They've had casualties in Iraq. They weren't prepared. They were sent in unprepared and shit. But they're still around, and they protect the federal buildings out in Philadelphia here. I've seen them in a couple other people's videos, but I can't remember quite sure where the location was.
Well, let me put this in context, though. Okay, one severe catch. Let's say they catch one of our CIA operatives in Russia.
Mm-hmm.
That could lead to buttons being pushed and mankind being run back to 1800s.
Well, I would like to think that our buttons are in much safer hands. I don't believe in the presidents and shit. Like, I don't believe in liberals or socialists or Democrats or Republicans or conservative or.
I don't believe in all that shit either.
It's cute. Yeah. No. But anyway, so there's like, what's his name? Claw from Inspector Gadget. You never see him, but you see his hand stroking the cat. He's like, ha 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 ha. Right? That's what's going on. And there's mastermind, whatever, Masons or non-Masons or whatever the fuck they are, that pull the strings, and everybody else goes, yes, sir, this is the plan. So when this bill goes through, you Democrats and Republicans fight over it, make it close, and then, we'll win it one way to make it not pass or to make it pass, and that's it. And then the president
really, if you look back to McKinley, McKinley, okay, when he ran the first time against Adams, they came and they basically bought his presidency. During his second term, his second presidency, he took on Roosevelt as the vice president. The reason why he took on Roosevelt as the vice president was because all of the big businesses, all the big industries wanted to silence Roosevelt. And what better place to silence somebody than vice president? Because vice presidents don't do shit usually. They sit there and jerk off, basically. And but what they didn't expect is that McKinley would be shot, sending the guy that they were trying to keep out of office into office, which started all the antitrust stuff. When they did the Antitrust Act on all those businesses, they broke all those businesses up. All those businesses formed special interest groups and lobbyists, which control the government today because they're the ones that are putting the people that are elected in position by financing their elections.
Right. Yeah. Okay. And I totally agree with that about lobbyists. Right. But when we get to the main point of where these lobbyists are coming from to get favors from people and then in turn help them get in. sponsor them, throw them money. You know what I'm saying? So I get that, but that's the extent of what your president or your senator or your governor or whatever is just a guy that is controlled by lobbyists.
Yeah,
like
of course.
nothing more than that. Like the whole
Exactly.
main control. Well, with governors and shit, it's a different story. But with like the federal government, like municipalities are different, and like governors and senators and shit. But yeah, when you're dealing with the federal government, they do the same shit, but it's just a cover. Like when the Pepsi, when the Exxon plant explodes or some shit, right? And somebody has to say something about it to the news cameras, right? So they have a guy that talks. It's like their public, their public information guy or something, their spokesperson. So that is what the president is, and that is what your senators are for each of your states, and the cabinet and things like that. They do lobbyist shit too, but at the end of the day, they don't press any real buttons. I don't think.
Think about it. When you have money the size of, say, the Rothschilds, who have not only started countries, but they financed wars. If you look at the financial details of World War I and World War II, you'll see the stocks and bonds increased because the Rothschilds purchased all that and financed money and made the war go through and whatnot. I don't want to go that deep into it, but they still financed the war. Okay, if you look at World War II, Ford was donating to the Communist Party.
Right.
The founder of Ford Motor was financing the Communist Party, and so was American Standard, the Rockefeller.
Right, but you got to remember what time that was too. Also, plays.
Yeah, but you got to follow the timeline in order to see where we're at now and to see where the corruption really is.
Right. I get where you're going. I get where you're going, Maddie. So, yeah. So where we're at now is a complete fucking time bomb.
It's the increasing of what they laid down. It's what the forefathers put forward, and then through natural human, technologies and advancements and intelligence and things like that. We're in the place that we're at right now because we are a product of who we are.
Yep. What we are right now is a weak table with a bunch of heavy books on top.
We really are. This country, they're actually really surprised that we've made it 300 years without another civil war.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, I always thought, a civil war. I mean, yeah, how did we go so far without another civil war? We'll have a cyber war before we have another civil war, and that's sad.
I'll tell you how. Suppression of the populace. The CIA uses, propaganda and social ways and means to cultivate the kind of country that they want. So all this stuff that you see out there with all the drama in the presidency and everything like that, that's all being done to shape our minds, to make us think the way they want us to think, instead of thinking for yourself.
Exactly, dude. It's all a narrative. They want you to say, hey, this is that. And then they send Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon and this guy and that guy to go up on stage every night and say, oh, the president is doing this, and blow everything into a story. They've already dumbed us down enough. They know it. Facebook has done it to moms and daughters. You know what I'm saying?
Like,
yes, it has.
They play with emotions.
Yeah, exactly.
So how many people do you know of that before gay marriage was legal was like, okay, yeah, it should be okay, or no, it shouldn't be okay? Nobody was really talking about it until the lawsuits actually came in. Nobody really cared at that point. Okay, fine, you're married, great, whatever.
Right.
Well,
and then Facebook and Twitter and stuff promotes everything now. You know?
Facebook needs to get hit with the Antitrust Act. I'm sorry, but they do.
They do.
Become,
Yeah,
They
exactly.
become to that point. They
They suck.
absolutely have.
They did it on purpose. There was like 2 or 3 years of false information all over the thing, and they did nothing about it. But if you showed a titty without the nipple, they'll fucking block your shit for whatever, a couple weeks.
Oh, get this. I can't make fun of you on Facebook, but the police on all of their channels can put really horrible pictures of you on there, and they can make the narrative go any direction that they want. They can make fun of you and everything. And a lot of times these people are being arrested because of drugs and stuff. That's a mental issue. That's a HIPAA issue as far as I'm concerned.
Well, no, not HIPAA, Privacy Act, 1985.
No. I'm talking about HIPAA. If you're being arrested and it's being broadcast across the police because of drugs, that's a medical issue.
That because of drugs. Yeah, that is a medical issue because, you need help.
That should be HIPAA. When I become an attorney, when I get past my CLA and I actually become an attorney, that's going to be one of the things that I do. That's going to be one of the first things I do to the police.
Yeah, it should be HIPAA. You're right. How does it even get by the Privacy Act?
It's an arrest. It's public information.
No. I mean, the arrest is.
But the way that the narrative and the way
drugs,
that they do it.
How can you throw that in there? That's private. I don't know. That's
You want to hear something even funnier?
It teeters the line.
I can prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt right now, and it won't take me long. I can prove to you right now beyond a reasonable doubt that the government has declared war on the citizens. And it all starts out with the government giving the police the program 1033. 1033 gives the police their military weapons and everything from the military. Okay. Now let's go back a little bit. Let's go back to Reagan. What was the first thing that Reagan said about drugs that he was going to do? He was going to call a war on drugs.
Yes.
Yeah. And he went the full mile on that bullshit.
Okay, so a war on drugs. Have you guys ever heard of the Posse Comitatus Act?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, just a rundown of it. The government can't turn the military on us.
Yes. Troops are not supposed to be on U.S. soil against U.S. citizens.
Yeah, they arm the police with military weapons, and most of the police officers on the force are prior service, and they're all deploying military tactics on citizens.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I saw that a few years back. They had some map planned out with 4 states. Texas was considered a hostile state. You remember that?
Yep. It's a violation of Posse Comitatus. I told you I could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I remember they did that. They said, don't be alarmed if you see people patrolling your shit like it's Iraq.
Well, no, that was what they did. What that was, I know what you're talking about. That was a training exercise that they put on. And what they did is they used the military, I believe, as kind of insurgents that were in there and trained the police force to go against them. I think is what they did there.
I remember
the way I looked at it was, they were saying Texas was a hostile state. They were considering it, and that I guess it would be considered that because everybody has a fucking firearm in Texas.
Yeah.
So
let me ask you,
and Oklahoma was one. And
can anybody show me in the Second Amendment where it guarantees the right to a concealed weapons permit?
The right to keep.
There's nowhere that says that you need a permit.
Okay, exactly.
That's what I was going to say. It doesn't say anything about having a permit.
What is the reason? What is the reason that they give to keep and bear arms?
To have a well-regulated militia for the freedom and security of the people of the free state.
To keep it equal, to keep an equal playing field is pretty much.
That's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So let me ask you a question then. If I'm supposed to be on an equal playing field, and I'm supposed to be able to have the right to keep and bear arms and protect this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, okay? Why in the hell would I want to give up, an AR-15 with or an M4 with 34 rounds for something that's got 6 rounds?
Never.
Oh,
So
no.
then why in the hell would you outlaw something that really sits at the heart of what's protected at the Second Amendment? What's protected at the heart of the Second Amendment are automatic weapons, because that's what you need in a well-regulated militia to carry the mission on.
At this point, yeah.
Right. Well, look at it this way, Maddie. You got all right. You got AK-47. We got fucking 5 AK-47s, right? And we're all fucking loaded up with about 12,000 rounds of ammunition. Okay? We're living the fucking American dream. We're just busting out all sorts of guns, Uzis, all sorts of shit, right? All right. This motherfucker rolls up with a tank, right? That we don't have a license to buy. We'll never be able to get one of these fucking tanks, and just fucking blows our whole house up along with our ammunition to smithereens and our family, right? And then boom, we're gone. Drives over another house. Fucking another guy tries to shoot them. It just chinks off their fucking tank, and they boom blow their whole shit up. Now they can do that already. So are we really at an equal playing field anyway?
No, we're not even close to an equal playing field.
We're not even close. They got fucking shit out there that it's gonna fucking blow you up out the sky on a drone style system.
What is the point of making an automatic weapon illegal? What's the point of it?
Control.
Okay, so you make those guns illegal. Is that going to stop somebody from taking out a crowd of people?
No.
So what's more dangerous? Let me ask you guys this. You have one magazine, because you're not going to get through a full magazine without getting tackled in a crowd. Okay? You have one magazine, an AR-15, you walk into a crowd and start pulling the trigger. Or you buy yourself a 2002 Excursion 4-wheel drive, you load it down with bricks, and you make it super heavy. Who's taking more people out?
The truck is.
Right.
So then what's the point of making an AR-15 illegal?
It's just like banning spoons because people are overweight. It's the same concept.
Right. No, it's just like banning. It's just like cleaning up like drugs and crack and heroin out the community, but then people are going and buying ingredients to make meth because they can't fucking find the other shit no more.
But look at all the prior restraint that's involved in it.
Right. It's all prior restraint from the very beginning. As soon as they want to take your weapon away, that's prior restraint. This is just a mere idea.
It's easier to do what we want you to do if you can't fight back. That's the right basis behind it. Is if we limit magazine capacities, if we limit weapons that the people can have, if we limit their capabilities of being able to
the bump stocks and the shotguns, right?
If we limit everything that we can limit their capabilities, it will be easier in the long run to control them. Just like registration, just like concealed weapons permits, like in New York. New York, they write the weapon and the serial number on the concealed weapons permit. And it's almost impossible to get a concealed weapons permit out of New York now at this point. And that gives them carte blanche to go, okay, we know where gun A, B, C, and D is. Let's go pick it up.
Right.
And they go right over and they go and pick it up and take it.
Hey, guys, are you familiar with Reverend Niemoller, the poem First They Came?
No.
Look that up. Google it. First They Came.
I am right now.
I can't do it on my phone, otherwise it'll hang up on you guys again.
I can. From 1946, from
Yep.
Okay. I found it.
Okay, so you might want to post that for the people that are out there. Either that or read it. It's real short.
Copy and paste. Double screens running, so it's pretty quick for me. Okay. There's two versions. There's the original version, and then there's a longer version by the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust.
I would just do the original version. It's short, sweet,
like
and gets right to the point.
7 lines, right? 8
Yeah.
lines.
Yeah, it's quick.
First, they came for the socialists,
Mhm.
and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Yes, I have heard that several times. I just didn't know who it was that actually had said it.
And that's
true.
that's the fear factor. It's like going to prison and you have to choose who you roll with.
Yeah. You roll alone or you roll with your group.
You roll with the blue line, or you say you live in fear and you roll with the blue line, or you fucking do your best to try to fight against it. I mean, and the sad thing is that
There's
there's
Rob.
the latter has a way lesser percentage.
Let's see. Hey, Rob, here's a link. Jump in with us.
All right, Rob.
It is. That's exactly what it is. And it's first they're going to take this, then they're going to take that, and it's not going to be all at once. It's going to be in little pieces.
They're coming for our guns now.
Yeah, they are hard, extremely hard. They are.
Check me out.
What was his name though? What was that dude's name that says, if I don't get nominated for the president-elect on this, never getting into politics again? Same guy.
Who's that?
Said,
Philly News Now.
no, there was the same guy that said, yes, we're coming for your guns. Yes, we will come door to door.
Oh.
Blah blah blah. You know who I'm talking about, Ice, the one that dropped out.
Yes.
What was his name?
Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah, O'Rourke.
Yep.
That guy was a turd on a stick, let me tell you.
Yes. We're coming to take your AR-15. I remember that. They made memes of him. Fun
You
time.
know what's funny? He probably never stood a chance anyway because he's not the pick
No.
that the people behind the scenes want.
Nope, he's not.
Yo, when you vote, right, and people say, "Oh, it does. It matters. Every vote counts," right? So when you vote and you go to these little towns, these small towns like fucking Sheboygan and fucking whatever,
Right.
Coeur d'Alene, where the fucking guy tased the kid back in 2012 in the courthouse.
Sterling, Connecticut. Right? I graduated with 22 kids.
Sterling,
okay?
Connecticut, right? How do you add all these stupid votes together, right? There's no fucking way you do, and then break it down into an electoral college, and then you get both. The popular vote. How does it actually work? All right, sure. The people are actually taking the votes in, the volunteers or whatever the hell they are, at these places, at these booths. And now when their hands are free of these votes, do they think they actually trust where these votes are going? Is it a show? That's what I think. It's a smoke screen every time.
I went many years thinking that my vote did not count. But then I started looking at some things and I started researching some things. And yes, your vote counts as long as Russia's not interfering.
No, as long as somebody doesn't have so much money that all they're going to do is show you their face and say how good they are every day for a year before the election.
You know what made me believe that your votes counted? When the problem came down here to Florida in the Bush election, and his brother covered for it, that's what told me that votes actually count. Because why would they waste their time trying to cover for something that doesn't count?
I don't believe it, man. I don't believe it. Like I said,
why would they do that? Why would they waste all that millions of dollars to interfere with the votes if those votes didn't count anyway?
I'll be right back. I'll be 2 seconds.
Right.
What I'm saying here, all right, so I'll answer your question.
Though.
If those votes, if those votes didn't count anyway, how could they be elected?
No, if the votes didn't count, why would people spend millions of dollars trying to hack it and trying to infiltrate it, like when Bush paid his brother millions of dollars to cover for his election, and the election got messed with and there were ballots missing and everything else? Why would they risk all that, and why would they spend all that money trying to interfere like that if your votes didn't count?
Yeah, okay, Maddie, the answer to that is very simple. It's because these people are just as disillusioned as the people who are voting.
I don't believe it. I believe that, with the Bushes have been in office and they're pretty deep state. I don't think you get any deeper state than the Bushes. It's been proven that they're all part of the whatever you want to call it, Illuminati or whatever you want to call that shit. They were all inducted into that crap. They're all knee deep in it. They know what the insides and the outsides are because they've had the family in the president's seat. So they know all this stuff.
Yo, tell me this.
Why would they after that?
Tell me this. Ross Perot, right? Isn't he the only like underdog to ever win a debate or some shit? Like the polls after a debate so close to the election or something like that, right? So tell me this. All right. So how come he ran several times? Ron Paul ran. Rand Paul ran. Tell me how these guys didn't get sponsored. They had great ideas.
Because they suck. I wouldn't vote for them if they sucked every dick in the White House.
Well, so you're saying like Trump doesn't suck?
Trump has a movie star following, and whether we like it or not, the inbred motherfuckers that support him are supporting him strong.
I'm saying, he has
Obama didn't status,
suck? Obama didn't suck?
Obama was corrupt as fuck. I can prove it.
Yeah, but I know.
He had the black vote. He had the black vote. And I'm going to tell you right now, guys, between the gay vote, the black vote, and the women's right vote, you got to score that shit if you're going to win.
True. Yeah, that's pretty true.
It is true.
Rand Paul doesn't capture those people. Neither did Ron. He didn't get them. They didn't get him. They didn't understand him. He came out way too educated, speaking way too articulately, and people were like, what the f are you talking about, this and that? And I don't get it.
Well, what I'm saying, not the people, I'm talking about the lobbyists. Why wouldn't they jump on him and make him the big thing?
Because they don't have enough, he doesn't have enough to make it a big thing. Ron
Just
Paul
give
and Rand
him
Paul
all the money they need to freaking put their face all over TV every day. If I put my face all over TV every day, yeah, sure, it'd give me a whole bunch of subscribers, but what would it really mean?
At the end of the day, you're not going to get supported for president if they don't think that you have enough to put on the table. And Ron and Rand Paul didn't have enough to put on the table, bottom line. Trump came in with all these promises. And in the paranoid society that we have today, between MS-13 and illegals and people worried about illegals and all the gang activities and all that shit going on down south, he came in rock star and promising that Mexico is going to pay for it because of the cartels and all this and that's going to happen. And everybody believed him. And where has he ever told the truth? Maybe a couple times.
Obama was doing that. Obama was doing that well before
Obama did the same shit. And Obama.
I'm not an apologist for anybody because I think they all just follow orders.
I haven't trusted a president since McKinley got shot, which means there has been no president in my lifetime that I have ever trusted. I don't like any of them.
I haven't believed in a president my whole life.
You want to do something? I'll tell you what. The best president was the very first president in the United States, and he's been the only independent to ever run the United States in United States history. Only independent. I'll tell you what. Clean out all these Republicans. Clean out all these Democrats. Replace them all with independents and people with no party affiliation.
Yep.
And let's get some shit done in this country.
Right. Well, like, look at this. What happened to this country is simple. George Washington and John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, all those folks, James Madison, when they passed away, and there's tons of others, Thomas Paine, all these guys, when they all passed away, it was like when they passed away, the people after them, they took all these, heirlooms that were left behind for them to flourish with and just pawned them. And it's just been a pawning process ever since. It happened immediately, like immediately in Philadelphia after these guys were all gone. Half of them were gone to Washington, other half died, then the rest of them died. Dude, the whole shit got taken over. It was gangs in New York everywhere.
Yep.
So I mean, and then it was just a downfall from there. It's like everybody jumped on like, Daddy left me a Benz, and now I'm gonna crash it.
But it's not just here. If you look at places like Egypt, or you look at places, around the world that have crashed or that have started and, have been invaded or whatever have you, India and all these places, all these ancient artifacts from like Rome and all this other stuff have all been stolen from around the world. And look at Hitler's run. Hitler did a whole tour of religious zealots and religious artifacts.
Yeah, he took as much of that stuff as he could get.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, Philadelphia is nothing new. This has been going on forever.
Oh, yeah, it's been going on forever and ever and ever. But, I mean, it's been going on since ancient times when civilization was just so much different, we could never even imagine it, right? Like, you could just think that, you're living out and growing fruit and shit. Like, it was a whole different world back then. People were trying herbs and berries.
It was a different world, but the world that they had was simpler. Okay? So let me ask you guys this. Let me put this in the context of today, okay? What would happen right now? Let's just say Russia really got pissed off at us, or another country got really pissed off at us, did an EMP over our atmosphere, knocking out our entire electrical grid, internet, everything, knocking it completely out, and we got knocked back to the Stone Age. All those rights from the basic times are the only thing that would protect us from the government overrunning us.
Okay, now you don't think that there's a fucking satellite out there everywhere around us that's throwing out fucking missiles to defend those and blow them up before they get to their target?
It doesn't matter. It only takes one to get in the right position to do. And there's space stations and there's all kinds of shit going on up there that, you can get something. It could happen.
You're right. It's a fucking game between Russia. It's always been a game between Russia and U.S. intelligence. You're right.
I live like probably 30 minutes from MacDill Air Force Base, and I see some of the crazy shit they do all the time in the sky. I mean, it's crazy what they do to stop or to hide or whatever.
Yeah, man. Yeah. The maneuvers that they practice and shit all the time, there's real life events when they're going to do them, they know. But, that's a sad thing because you never know what you're doing.
Live on the runoff of that. Whatever happens, the outcome on that, we the civilians, we the people, have to live with the outcome. If they take out our electrical grid because our country was being mean to them or whatever, not giving aid or whatever, all of a sudden they launch an EMP on us. We're not back to the Stone Age. How many teenagers do you know are going to be completely lost with a book?
They're done.
Right, I know what you're saying. I'm always trying to relay this message that don't blame the president for it. There's a guy behind that person. There's a guy behind that person doing these things before it calls. Now check out remember Muammar Gaddafi, the way they killed him
Yep.
in
He
Libya?
was a psychopath, though.
No, he was just misunderstood dude, I think. You know? I'm
He
pretty sure
he killed villagers. He would take his soldiers into villages and kill people.
all right.
Just to do it.
So be it, right? This
He was a cult
guy,
leader.
did they kill him right after they did that? Did that start a war?
No, that's how he suppressed his people. That's how he stopped the people from
Right.
having war.
So we were cool with that until he wanted to make Africa the richest country in oil because they have 9 times more gold to mine than we do, and they were going to change currencies over to buying oil through gold, which would take us out of the whole Africa market, and then they would control any negotiations with it. All right.
But he was
Now, if the
also
United States,
Gaddafi was
now if the United
also
States
bringing
did
in
that,
Russia.
if the United States did that, it would be fine, right? But since he was trying to do that, they said, "Oh hell no, we can't have this happen. This is going to change the world's economy." And you know what I'm saying? How dare Africa want to take a step up and be a premier country, premier continent in this world? So they go over and they sign fucking NATO, and NATO agrees with this. They go over and they're bombing fucking all his Air Force bases and all his army fucking camps, and the civilians are going in and grabbing ammo and shit from these places, right? They're raiding this shit. They're looting it. They come out and they're calling them the revolutionaries on the news. The revolutionaries. Remember that shit? So the revolutionaries are at Tahrir Square or whatever the fuck it's called, right? Over in Libya today. And they all got AK-47s in their hands. And they're just like civilians. And I'm like, where are all... This is after like the Taliban and all that shit. And Al-Qaeda was already out there after 9/11. I'm like, where are all these fucking guns going to go? Right? And then ISIS was formed. Right after they fucking stole all these guns and we let them.
They were trying to do that on purpose.
I know. There's always a fucking reason.
They needed to make a new boogeyman.
Uh-huh.
That's what they needed. So
well,
they did
what
it.
was
So they
funny
did
is
it.
that they made the original boogeyman themselves to begin with. When we went over there, we were getting shot with our own weapons.
Yeah, that we left over there.
The war's
That
not
we
meant to
gave
be
them-
won.
No, we gave them to them in the 80s when they were fighting Russia, when
Yeah.
Russia came, and that was what that all was about. And that's
Stingers,
what
too.
9/11 was allegedly about. 9/11,
Stingers.
you want to hear something really funny, though? Okay. Marvin Bush ran the security company for the Twin Towers, the security company that had all the canines and everything in there. Well, several days before, I think it was 3 days before
2 or 3 weeks.
2 weeks before the planes hit the towers, the security was completely taken out of the building. There was no security there whatsoever.
None.
And you can clearly hear on telephone calls, on cell phone calls from the towers, people claiming to hear loud explosions.
Yep.
Yeah, check us out. I watched this shit live. I watched it live. There was 2 firefighters, this white gentleman and a black gentleman, right? Standing side by side. They both had their gear on. They had dust all over their face. They were pouring water down their face. They wanted to use a phone to tell their family they were okay. None of the buildings had dropped yet, right? They said we were in the lobby and there was an explosion.
Yes.
Right? And all the windows were busted out and we couldn't see anything because the power was out the bottom and we're out
The
here.
white guy was knocked back 20 feet.
That was the day of. I watched the whole shit the day of. I was 18 years old. I was baked.
Oh, yeah. I was
When I
young,
was a
too. I was like
kid.
17, 15, 16.
Pearl Harbor.
Okay, yeah. So I'm watching this like, how the fuck is this happening, right? Like, how does this guy blow up from the bottom? The plane, hit already, but nothing fell. So how does he say he was in the lobby? Like, I was confused, man. I didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yep.
And I think you can still find that clip. It's still out there
Oh, yeah, it's out
somewhere.
there.
Yeah, oh yeah. I was just watching
Buried,
it
but
the
you'll
other
find
day.
it.
Yep. It's hard to find, but you can find all of it.
And William Bennett. You ever see that clip?
I don't think so.
It's like William Bennett with an E on the end. He's a Secret Service OST. He was found by a cameraman who was going through a dusty, blown up lobby of Building 7, and he had what they call a disaster hood on him. And
why did 7 even catch on fire? The north and south towers were the only 2 towers that were hit. Building 7 was never even touched.
They said that fire fell from one of the buildings. They said fire fell from one of the buildings, but in this William Bennett video, it shows you the guy go in from outside. You see all the windows are blown out, right? And fucking he goes in there and he's like, what happened? The dude takes his disaster hood off. He tries to play it off. It's fucking eerie watching the video with this guy. And there's there's like fucking the demolition noises that you hear going off. Like it'll beep twice, and then like 2 minutes later, it's supposed to beep 3 times, and that's what you're supposed to listen for, right? A lot of people in the comments are talking about that on that video.
They said to pull it. They already had that building wired up to explode.
Yes,
it's called sonic weaponry. Sonic weaponry.
No, they had that wired up. There was Simtax and everything in that building. They pulled that building down by explosives.
That was controlled demo. You could see
it
was
perfect controlled demo.
That was a controlled demo, yeah. But the two main towers were sonic weaponry. There was nothing but dust and metal.
Yeah, that
was military grade. What do they call it? Yeah, thermite. That was military grade thermite.
But we found the passport in perfect, pristine condition.
No. Passport paper. You're gonna make airplanes out of passport paper from now on.
Now, here, you guys need to check this out. Since we're onto this, I'm posting a link from Amazon in here. It's an Amazon Prime video. It's called "What Happened in Vegas." Okay.
Oh yeah,
I was there.
You need to watch this video because this video talks about the corruption in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and what happened inside of the casino when the firing took place on that concert.
I was there. I was driving for Lyft. I was right outside, not far from there, because I was carrying for the concert. That's where I was making my money.
Then you need to watch this video then too. I just posted it in the chat. You guys guys and gals and everybody have to check it out. I
got tipped $50 to get the people that I got out of there as far away from that place as I could get them as fast as possible.
If you look at some of the stuff that they show inside of that video, they actually have different camera angles than most everybody else has seen on the MS or the major news networks.
Right.
And the pyramid, which one is the pyramid?
That's the Luxor.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look at the windows of the Luxor from the angle that it's showing, it almost appears to be that there is a silent black helicopter flying across with a light flashing off of it. And I don't mean like a strobe light. I mean like a muzzle flash.
Muzzle flashes, yeah.
Off of the side of it. You really need to check this out. I mean,
I believe you. I believe you because there was no way, and I'm ex-infantry, okay? I've handled the 249, which is the fastest that you're going to get in the military, unless you go to a CWIS. But I've handled the 249, and I know the sounds that I heard coming from that concert that night. There's no way that was one gun.
No, yeah, it was two different sounds, and a lot of people were saying they felt like there were shots coming from the Tropicana, which would mean that there was like one point in one way and one point in the other.
I think it was another setup. The first one they did was 9/11, which took away just about everything from us with the Patriot Act and everything else they did with that. Now what they're doing is with all of these other mass shootings that they're having, it's just compounding on the
compiling,
and compounding. And we need this, and we have to have this, and we're scared, and aren't you scared now? And they sensationalize it so much that they could set anything up like that. I mean, it would be easy to do. Here,
Yeah, because what else could they do? What
Yeah.
else could they do? Like have like an 8-hour rampage where this dude has like 500 fucking shells of rounds 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, 12 1,000 rounds of ammunition just going around killing everybody for forever. They can't do that.
When I did my Janet Jet airline video when I was in
oh, you got to see that airline, huh?
Yeah, I went over and I filmed the tank. There was a bullet hole. There's not a bullet hole, but a bullet dent in the tanks.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. There was like graze marks or something in the tanks, right?
Yep.
If you watch this video, it's really.
I was down there.
It really.
I wasn't there then.
I mean, it may or may not be true. I really don't know. You know what I mean? But
no,
they were trying. No,
setup,
whoever it was, they were trying to create a huge disturbance. If that tank would have gone off from a bullet hole, if that thing would have caught fire and blew up, that would have blown up half that airport, killing.
That was the
thousands
plan.
of people.
That was the plan, but it didn't work, yo. Those fucking those oil rigs and those airports, man, dude. They probably knew that there was a chance it wouldn't work, but they were trying to do it, dude. There was multiple.
And when it didn't work, they turned around and they started shooting dozens of people in the crowd.
Well, they're going to do both at the same time and make it look like a big terrorist event.
It could.
Maybe, but no.
And when
I think
it failed, they said
tank.
it was this guy, you know what I'm saying, that shot from the hotel.
I think they were trying for the tanks, and when the tank didn't work, they'd already let a shot off. There was nobody killed. There still had to be an event. If you look at the history of the shooter had a history that he was going to die soon.
Yep.
I mean, what better way to go out than, you believe that, people should lose the guns? Okay, well, here,
we'll pay you.
No. See, there's another good theory out there that I kind of really support, is that because this guy was a CIA operative at one point in his life. I'm not sure if he still was, but chances are he was, maybe, maybe somebody they depended on. This guy had money, right? This guy had a lot of money. So the theory that I heard that I kind of think might be right is that he had a big setup where he was going to meet up with like they were going to do a federal gun deal, you know what I'm saying, and then bust them, and they've been looking for terrorists to hit Las Vegas. Like they've been ready for it. They've been training for it. So they figured, hey, we'll get a big ass suite. Like, come on. Like, it doesn't get realer than that suite. You see how huge that place was?
That thing was
the cops aren't smart enough in Las Vegas.
All right, so you get the big ass suite to impress these people. Like, yeah, I'm the Tony Montana of the guns, And then the people that came to do the gun deal already caught wind that this guy was working for the feds. So the plan was foiled of whatever the feds were trying to do with a gun bust, you know what I'm saying? And then these motherfuckers shot out the window. And they covered it all up because they didn't want anybody to know it.
The reason why I'm going to say the reason why I slightly disagree with you is the fact that it's a well-known fact that Las Vegas is owned by people who wear pinky rings and have access to backup if they need it. Okay. I don't see something like that happening. That would be like the Hells Angels going to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay. You can't see like a months in advance. Fucking
nah.
They hit them up and say, "This is the FBI. We need to talk to you."
Nah. I don't see somebody that has that kind of money and power out there. And if you look out there, that's all that it is money and power.
Yeah.
And it was, I'm not sure that it is today, but I know it started out in organized crime, and that's how Las Vegas was formed.
The Teamsters.
Yeah.
All right. So is Mandalay
What
Bay
still
the
is?
Caesars Entertainment, or is it MGM?
All of them have full 5-star entertainment.
Oh yeah.
No. Is it Caesars or MGM Entertainment? Like all up and down that strip, all those clubs are either owned by one or the other. All those casinos.
No. You have families out there, dude. You have
Well,
like
you have Wynn.
7 or 8 families.
I mean, I used to live out there. I mean, I forget which one the Mandalay Bay is. The property. Who owns that property?
MGM does own Mandalay Bay.
Oh, okay. So MGM, you're saying the guys at MGM might not have set up a deal with the FBI for a sting?
I doubt it. I doubt it.
They were
I
in the dark.
seriously doubt it.
They were in
Because
the dark.
you usually say, look, you're doing good.
Yeah, no, because the first thing you have to understand is that organized crime are 1%ers. 1%ers are FTP.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
That's old money. That's old money.
They're like, you have no effect on me, be gone. And
Yeah, that's
if
a very
that
good point.
FBI
That's a
agent
very
is
good
smart,
point.
he double times it away.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
no,
very good
I don't
point.
see
Really
something
money,
like
it's
that
power.
happening. Not with the power that they have out there. I don't see that happening because
Yeah,
half of them
that's
pretty
true.
much own, anybody in their pocket. They're all in their pockets, and they're not going to take shit from them because they own them.
Nope. It was
But
to take
so
guns,
there
I
has to.
think.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad.
No, I think that because the guy was prior CIA, and they, maybe he wanted to leave a difference about, he had safe weapons and stuff like that, but society is going mental. I'd like to see society lose their guns. My
So what
last
was the
thing
big
going
picture,
out
though?
with the CIA, I could set this up. Boom, boom,
What
boom.
was the
it
big
gets set up.
picture? What do you think the whole actual plan was supposed to be? Because,
Because
I mean,
this is the
I don't
Second
believe the
Amendment.
Stephen Paddock dude shot people out that fucking window. I don't get me wrong on that, but just shooting people at a concert, what the fuck is that supposed to do?
Because
I mean, I
it
get
was
it,
the second
compiling
time.
shit.
The timing of it was the second time that the open carry in Nevada was coming up for vote.
Yeah.
And it was all political. The whole thing was political. And right there in the CIA, I just got done saying, you got EG&G and you've got URS and all those companies that were formed by the CIA. You got the nuclear site testing sites out there.
Yep.
You've got Trinity. You've got all this stuff out there. You've got the CIA real deep out there. They're real deep out there. And all they have to do, they don't have to ask permission from gangsters. They set up a room. They get the person in the room. He starts shooting. Maybe they have a blacked out helicopter. They're shooting from another direction for effect. They try to take out a tank. The tank doesn't get taken out. So they take out a bunch of people at a country concert.
Yeah.
Yep. Tell everybody we got to take guns. We got to take guns. Abolish the Second Amendment. Yep.
I live in Massachusetts. Let me tell you, we don't have access to guns around here. You get a shot
right in New Jersey. You got to have it in your trunk, and you can't stop anywhere but where you're allowed to shoot a gun at.
Yep. And you better have it unloaded and locked and safe and all kinds of shit. Otherwise, they will shoot you.
Yep.
They will shoot you. State police don't fuck around. They will just shoot you and say, well, the courts will take care of fucking your family.
In New Jersey, your shit got to be in the trunk in a box, and it's got to be unloaded, and all your ammo has to be in another box, and they both have to be locked.
Yeah. And by the way, Hunter, we're former neighbors.
And if you stop at Wendy's and you get pulled over, and they fucking look in your trunk for whatever reason, they have probable cause or some shit. They fucking get you for a felony firearm charge just because it was locked in your trunk and you stopped at Wendy's.
Hey, Hunter, I'm from Plainfield, Connecticut.
There you go.
So I know the nastiness of the cops out there.
Are you still?
Oh yeah, they're bad. They're bad. I'm getting ready this summer to do some auditing. Believe me.
Yeah,
this
good.
summer when it's too cold right now.
Oh yeah,
the Northeast is bad, man. It's just the Northeast is just terrible with tyrants.
Oh, it's bad. Believe me, I know. I live in a really bad town.
Oh, me too, man. I'm right there with you. From Baltimore up, it's just terrible.
I'm coming up to Plainfield next year.
Okay. I'm getting ready to do an interview with Mike Supernaut from the Plainfield Police Department. Is the chief of police out there. He is the most accountable chief that I've ever met in my life. I went to school with him. He put GPS activated body cams on his officers that are only turned on and off by dispatch.
That's how you do it. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, totally open. Every public records request I've ever done to him was in my email box within an hour.
There's some really good ones. But believe me, we got some really smart people around here. We got the best law schools, the best hospitals, the best colleges and stuff like that. So there's some really smart people. But on the opposite end of that, there's some really bad tyrants. Let me tell you. My town is full of tyrants. Every cop I know in this town is a tyrant. If they're not, they move on to become a state cop or sheriff or something else because they know how bad it is. And they don't want to be part of it. They don't want to have to inform on their brothers, so they go somewhere else to get away from it because they know better. Because they know they're going to have to. And the heroin is just, I mean, they talk about fighting crime. There's just junkies dying all over the place. They just laugh about Narcan and bringing them back and sending them to court. And just getting money out of them because they just sending them to court and they get money out of them. And that's it. They just keep sending them back, get money, send them back, get money, send them. That's it. Big racketeering scheme to get money. That's all it is. It's crazy. That's why I want to try to get involved with this stuff, get people aware of it, see what's going on, and say you got to do some real crime work. Stop pulling people over at the end of the month for your quota for their lights and their registration, and go deal with it. I mean, it's crazy.
I want to come up there and put a few of them in their place too. I'm probably going to go to Framingham because I've had some run-ins with those idiots.
I used to live there. I used to live there.
Good. They need it up there, man.
You know, they just need a slap of reality.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah. A couple people come up here and start walking around talking to them the right way. They'll start realizing what's going on. You get maybe me or like two other people. I think it's not Auditing American. He was up here for a little while, but there's another one. He did it. I can't remember his name, but he did a couple of places around here, and they went crazy on him. They beat the crap out of him, threw their phones around, arrested him. I mean, but they fought it in court, which is what they do. They said, let's put it in court and let the courts deal with it. They fought it in court, and then they went back to the same place and said, you're going to behave this way now? You can't behave this way anymore. They told you not to behave this way. You know what I'm saying? But that's just one town. You got to do that with a bunch of towns so they all get the message. What's going on?
Exactly. The viewers are the real. The viewers are the real help, man. They call
live chat.
They get tons of calls. They're like, "Wow, this thing actually exists." So when they get tons of calls and shit, they figure out it's First Amendment audits. They find audits. They find ones where the cops are like, "Yeah, you're well within your rights," even though they're condescendingly saying it.
Well, that's why I do the audits the way I do them, because when I leave that audit, whether they know it's on TV or not, when I'm done at the end of it, they know that at the heart of Chapter 21, Title 42, United States Code, Section 1983, hangs their qualified immunity due to the fact that this is well-established case law. And as long as you can establish well-established case law, you can say goodbye to your qualified immunity. So if you want to push this even further, we can, but I think I would suggest you go to in-house counsel before you get yourself into further trouble.
Just like with that deputy that grabbed Rice Krispie's camera down in Lee County.
Yep, I saw that video.
Yep. I saw that one too. Yeah,
right. That was outside of his boundaries, and he was qualified immunity.
Well, the sergeant that was there beforehand, there was supposed to be an injunction against him, against one of the auditors that were there, because his son, the sergeant's son, is a deputy sheriff too. And he beat the other auditor up. So there was supposed to be no third-party contact, nothing. So when that sergeant saw him, he was supposed to leave the area and go somewhere else and get somebody else to come in. But he didn't do that either.
No. They don't know how to do that. They don't like
No, they
I
don't.
hear a lot about this. They don't know how to let go of their ego. That's the one thing that I come across. The number one recurring theme is they have such a big ego. They will stay there and
like
stand there and
this.
weight you down for no reason besides the fact that they can't let it go. They just can't do it. I see it. I see it personally with the cops I live with in this town. I see it in all these videos. They just are this personality type that just will not let it go because they have been given this authority. Oh, they've been given this authority by bootleggers. It's the bootleggers that give them this authority. That all these people that this kowtow, and then they get built up by that kowtow, and then they get someone like us. They go, no, you're not. I don't give a fuck what you tell me. You're not going to tell me what to do. But all these 100 other people tell them, oh yeah, whatever you say, officer. And then they get that one person that tells them no. They lose their ability to comprehend that they are not that person. They are not in charge. They don't realize it.
Guys who are in circuit, you see them twitch sometimes.
Exactly.
It's like, oh.
Yeah, they can't believe it.
The key to the shit,
causing them pain.
the only way they hear you.
Make it clear right up front. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
There's a certain reality here, officer, that you're going to have to come to terms with. You're going to leave here before me.
Yeah, I can stand here. I can stand here. Yes,
I can stand here and record all I want. You're going to leave before I do. You got more pressing things to do than mess with lawful activity.
Yeah, because I'm here on my day off. You're working right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I'm not here when I'm working.
To me, I don't even like to have to do that. You know, at first I like to try to talk to them like I'm talking to like a little kid or something.
Yeah.
That's the way. That's the only way they take. They can't listen to you when you try to actually like have an intellectual argument. It's just like they're too stupid, you know. So, but when you talk to them like they're a little kid, they absorb it like a sponge. It's fucked up, yo. But it works, dude.
I know what you mean.
Like
but
you go over there and leave us alone, sir.
They take that as they think you're dumb. That's why they absorb it, because they think you're talking like that because you're stupid, but they don't realize that they're being talked down to.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? They're so dumb. They don't
something.
realize that you're talking to them because they're stupid, not because
They'll
you're
think
stupid.
that I'm stupid, but they know they fucking absorbed everything I fucking said.
Yeah, exactly. But they're coming from a place of thinking you're dumb, so you're talking dumb.
Right.
But really you're talking to them because they're dumb. And
I told Provenza, I said, you start the car, you go that way, you make a right-hand turn, and you go all the way out down the street out of Ybor City. You never come back, okay?
Yeah.
And that's the way they need to be talked to.
Yeah.
And you forgot to tell them not to speed and don't beat their wife and kick their dog.
I don't even care about saying that shit, dude. I just want to fucking tell them to get the fuck out of here.
Everyone's got their own way.
Really nice way.
Everyone's got their own way.
I was kidding.
To me, the beat the dog and the yellow snow and all that shit.
Those moments, though, is because they pushed it too far. You gotta correct them.
That's like my protest video, dude. I'll tell you what. I did not ask for any cop to come and interfere with my protesting, and when they did, well, they made my video go viral. So fuck them if they can't take a joke.
Yeah, they're performers. That's what they do. They see the camera and they just want to just dance and do weird things, and
they already got the costume.
They do.
Do Indian Shores though, Maddie. Do Indian Shores again. Indian Shores needs it.
We'll go.
I'll be down there. Don't worry about it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm totally down.
And Reddington Beach. Reddington Beach is the same cops. They share.
I'm down. I'm totally down. I'll go down there. I'm telling you, that's 5 years, and everybody says that goes out auditing with me. A cop ain't gonna mess with you. They're too afraid of you.
Right. They need it down there. They never met us before. They even admitted it. They were like, "Oh, we haven't. This is new to us because we haven't seen this before." But they were still dicks about it. They were so stupid. The videos are all going to be out soon. They're fucking stupid.
But you know something? In that, when you find that, okay, and then somebody goes back, instead of putting a bad taste in their mouth about what we're doing, to be able to articulate and be able to talk to them, and see if you can try to get them on board somewhat. You know what I mean? You don't trust a cop. I mean, let's face it.
No, you're right.
But
We
if
did.
we can bring
We tried.
society onto our side, including cops, and we can start changing the thought process, you know,
Yes.
because the more that we're rude, the less that the rest of society is going to want to pay attention.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, of course. Well, if I'm rude to you, are you gonna tune me out or not?
I'm gonna
Of course.
tune it out, yeah.
But
Exactly.
but why? Let me ask you, why do rude videos get more views than good interactions?
You know why? Because we live in America, where we're like, fuck the man.
America.
Well, doesn't that speak to the frustration with the
Yes.
authority in this country?
Yeah, it speaks volumes. Everybody has their own story. They're so mad at these cops, man.
They are. Everybody is.
Well, I got stacks of constitutions. I bought a shit ton of them when I first got my good paycheck. I got a good paycheck the first couple weeks I was working. I got a really good one. So I got a whole drawer full. I got a whole drawer full of these. I hand them out like candy when new people come to work and all kinds of shit. People love them. People love to have them. Just keep it in your car, ready to go. You pull one of these out, cops, they go, oh shit, he knows, and then they gotta play it a different way.
I want to order a bunch too. Yeah,
they're cheap. Let me tell you, they're cheap. I got a whole drawer full, and it was not that much money. I got stacks of them. Okay,
stacks of them.
I got stacks of them, and I got an annotated guide right here that tells you case law as it goes. Like each amendment has its own case law. Has everything in it.
Right. Madison and yeah,
I love it. God, I love it. I read that when I was in high school. I got that, and I highlighted all these sections, and I got all these pieces down. I bookmarked all these pages and stuff. I lost that copy.
Constitutional law. I love it.
Got it.
I ace constitutional law. I love it. Love it. Love it.
The words are right there. You know what I mean?
It's a shame we steered so far away from our Constitution, and and
that's the thing.
This is what we're showing on video
every day.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere.
That's why people need to have these. That's why I hand them out. I mean, you send me a PO box. I'll send you this stack of them so you can hand them out to people you know. That's how I am. It doesn't cost me much.
I'm gonna buy a bunch.
Yeah, it does. It's let me check. It's on the back page of this. Best discounts at www.nccs.net. That's probably where I think I got these.
nccs.net
/PC. There's also 800 number 1-800-388-4512. They, like I said, you can get a whole. The more you buy, the cheaper they are per one. You know what I'm saying?
Is that right?
I'm pretty sure. Like, yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I got. They keep sending me emails from the constitutional scholars and all this other stuff. So as soon as you get involved with them, they'll keep sending you emails and discounts and all kinds of stuff. I haven't been able to give as many away because I haven't gone out in the summer lately. I kind of been hanging out with my nephew and hanging out with family and stuff. But like I said, next summer when the weather's better and it's not raining every day and freezing cold and shit, I got my camera ready. I got my stuff ready. I've been watching. See, I wanted to do research before I did. I don't want to just go out there and not know stuff. So I've done a lot of research. I watched a lot of videos of a lot of different people's videos and different ways they do it. Take little pieces from each person and say, okay, I'm going to make it my own way this way. Not do this, maybe do this, kind of things like that. Like I said, start in my own town, go to my own town hall, my own police station, my own library, and see how they react in that.
But be yourself. Be yourself while you do it, man. Be yourself while you do it.
Oh yeah, I'm quiet.
And remember,
I'm respectful. I understand.
Yeah, and always remember, you're making a production too.
Yeah, no.
Not only that, but I'm going to make a suggestion, Hunter, because when you first start out, it's common to make mistakes, and I have. Never shit where you sleep. Go get some practice in other places first.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think you're right about that. But the thing is, I know my town well enough. You know what I'm saying? I know my own town. I know you say don't shit where you eat. I get that, and I probably won't want to do it my first time in this town. But at the same time, it's like testing the waters. It's like, you're right. That's the insanity. You're probably right. 'Cause you don't. I live here, so they might be able to get to me easier. You know what I'm saying? Or do something stupid quicker. You know what I'm saying? And I get that. I get that retaliation thing. I understand how that works.
Look what it did to Ebor Rob. You know.
They got robbed bad.
Yeah, so I understand that. Definitely understand that. I got a bicycle. I mean, I can get dropped off by an Uber somewhere and find my way back. You know, don't carry my wallet, carry
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
some cash
you should be
on me.
okay.
You
No,
know,
you should be
I got-
fine. And you're doing what you got to remember is that what you're doing is completely lawful. You're not
Legal,
going
yeah.
out there to break the law. So, it's not like you're going out there to harm anybody or anything.
Nope.
But the one thing that I would just caution is that, if you don't know your law verbatim and that you're going to do, say, public records requests, or you're going to demand this or demand that, it would be really helpful to make sure that you know your local state laws as far as your
Yes.
public
Right.
records requests and
Oh,
things
I'd
like that.
have them written down. I'd have them
Find
written down.
out-
I was,
find out
I'm
what-
not against printing that out.
What circuit?
case
What circuit
law
are you
for-
in?
Oh, Massachusetts, I couldn't tell you right now. I'll have to look
Oh,
up.
so you're probably in the First Circuit. You're in the First Circuit.
Massachusetts, Boston, Cape Cod. Yeah, it's definitely up there. I mean,
Yeah, you're in the First Circuit Court of Appeals. There's plenty of case law that protects you. Find out those ones, and then also look up Massachusetts state constitution. Right, every state's constitution is pretty much the same, and they
We're a
protect you even
Commonwealth, though.
further than the actual constitution because that's a real oath they really swear upon.
Yeah, so I know that.
working-
but we're a Commonwealth. That's the thing about it. We're not really. We're a state. We're a Commonwealth, so there's a little different trickiness to it. You know what I mean?
Pennsylvania's a Commonwealth too.
Yes,
Pennsylvania's
exactly. So
right. We have Fields v. Philadelphia in the third district. I think you guys have Glick v. Cunniff. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's Glick v. Cunniff for yours, Hunter.
do nothing. I'll look that up. Definitely look that up. See, I'm gonna game plan a long time before the summer comes, and I'm like I said, I'm gonna have my paperwork in hand. I'm gonna have not a big backpack, but a small backpack with a couple of these constitutions in them and paperwork that lets me know my rights. You know, I'm not against having the information on me to be able to literally read off the page exactly what the case law is and exactly what my rights are. And if I have to, I'll get copies of them and hand them out to stupid people and say, "Hey, you want to read this? Here, you want to throw it away? Cost me a nickel to make 10 of them. Fuck it, throw it away. I don't care. Wipe your ass with it."
Some of them won't.
You know, I got more.
Some of them won't
But-
listen to you or read it.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Just
I'm
gonna do what they're
expecting
gonna
that.
do. Yeah.
Dude,
That's
the
what you
only thing
expect.
you have to worry about is getting through the criminal case, really. Then everything else should be butter.
Yep. You make sure your easements. You go onto the tax assessor's websites and you check out easements.
Yeah, you check out
property
Yeah,
law,
where I'm
GIS
allowed to walk.
surveys.
Yeah,
everything.
where I'm allowed
all
to
of
walk
it.
is a big
Yep.
thing.
Yeah, check out the
I know
GIS
that.
surveys for the counties that you're going to be in, and then you find your location in that GIS, and then you just make sure you see where their
Where you can walk. Yeah, I know what you mean.
property
They're like,
lines line up.
I'm
with,
going to give you
That's
2
it.
cents
That's
worth
the
of
big
free.
thing.
I'm going to give you 2 cents worth of free that was given to me by the late great epic old guy EOG Thomas Covenant.
Okay.
When we used to go out there, I used to do a lot of follow-ups for Jeff Gray, and EOG was my backup camera for a long, long time. And he used to tell me, leave them no wiggle room. Okay. So when you first start out, instead of running right in and doing a public records request and filming it and stuff,
Oh yeah,
start by
Yeah.
filming like on the sidewalk and not going in, not getting into the confrontation yet. Just like start at the sidewalk and see how comfortable you feel, and then see if your nerves are
See
up,
what
and
the
see if your
reaction is.
adrenaline is pumping. Take some breaths. Make sure you come down. Make sure before you go in, you're nice and calm and your adrenaline's not running, and that you're speaking with a clear mind and stuff.
And make sure
Yes.
that you know what you have to say to defend yourself, and also make sure that you have a couple questions, maybe too.
yeah. Oh no, I don't. That's why I'm watching all these videos to get the little pieces of information that I want to be able to.
Yeah.
It's rehearsal. It's a lot of rehearsal. You got to rehearse in your mind and then
Just
go out
make it
and
easy.
put it into
If
practice.
I go into a new
So-
town, I'm gonna research what happened news in that town. I'm gonna research
I
what their
do all
police
the time.
department's review is on Google. I'm gonna look
Yeah.
through the comments. I'm gonna
Yeah.
and then I go in there and I'm all right. I'm ready to ask, whether it's good or bad about what I've found.
So you're doing news. So that's exactly you're a member of
Yes.
the press
Yes.
doing
Well,
news
that's all.
story.
That's
You
all
want
you're
to find out what
doing.
the
You know,
news
I'm not
is.
going in there to say, "Hey, look, I can stand here for 8 hours and watch you make copies of papers
Yeah,
and
exactly.
take phone calls all day."
Exactly.
No,
I
that's
have a
not what
purpose.
I'm about. No,
I have
I'm
a
here
purpose.
to do the news.
I'm
I want to know
showing
what you
people
guys are
that they
doing.
can go in and get information on camera.
Yeah, why
Yeah.
waste your time going in if you have nothing really to talk to them about?
Yeah.
Exactly. Then you look like an antagonist.
Then you
Exactly.
are antagonizing them.
But if you go in and say, "Hey, I'd like the 2017 budget,"
right? Hey, I
That's
want to see
a
the
public
CAFR
record
report
request.
for
Yep.
the
I
last
want to
fiscal year.
I want to inspect and photograph, so you don't have to pay for the public records request.
Well,
I want to
I
inspect
want you
and
guys to
photograph.
unlock the drug box, and I want to record what's in there.
right?
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
a collection and disposal records for the last fiscal year. Shit like that. That's it. Boom. And then
That's
people
valid.
take you
That's a
serious.
valid
too.
reason for being there.
Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, exactly. That's the thing I want to get down to a science before I even attempt to go out there. I want to know exactly what I'm going to do before I get out there in my mind.
Look.
And then once I'm out there, things will be fluid. It will change as
here's
I
one.
go, but have a baseline of what I want to accomplish before
Here's
I just
one
jump
for
out
you.
there. Because if I
Here's
do
one
that, I'll
for
be in trouble.
you. Here's one for you, Hunter. It's called a CAFR, right? It's the Comprehensive Annual Financial Review. It's way better than the budget because the budget doesn't break it down. This
I've
thing is
seen one of
thick.
those
This thing
before.
is like an inch or two thick, or an inch and a half thick
I've
sometimes.
seen one of those for my town before. It shows all
Yeah.
the teacher salary, all the cop salary, everyone's the
Credit
librarian
No,
salary.
it shows you. It shows you how
the
much
water,
each.
the water purity levels, the fucking.
No,
I mean,
yeah,
the
everything.
the amount
It'll
they
show
spend on
you.
the amount they spend on the sidewalks, the amount they spend on the telephone poles, the amount they spend on everything. I've seen one of those before
It'll
years
show you
ago,
the
so I know
jump
what to
in
look
10
for.
years. It'll show you the jump in 10 years of how much the public school system has made, fire department, all that shit, right?
Library,
So,
yep. The
so you
water
go in there
department,
with your
stuff like that.
camera, and your sole purpose of being there, maybe you want to talk to code enforcement too, and find out how you go about doing a permit, for like an extra driveway in your yard or some shit, right?
Shit.
So you go in there with those two ideas, and just the camera is gonna make people flake the fuck out. But you stick to your plan, and you tell them, I want my fucking financial report, and I also want to know about how to put a second driveway in my yard. You know what I'm
Not
saying?
only that, but I mean, straight
That
up,
works.
like if I go to Reddington Beach and I go to the town hall, I might go to the mayor and ask him, why are your police going after journalists? Why are they attacking, people? I might be there for an actual news purpose that's like, listen, I want some answers. I want to know why this is happening.
Wait till you see the video. The guy is strongly accusing us of being sovereign citizens, telling us he's taking all of our pictures and sending them to the DHS.
Are
I'm
you
like,
Native
I got
American?
buddies at the DHS. They've been to my doorstep before. Tell them
Are
I
you
said
Native
hi.
American?
Huh?
Are you Native
Yeah, I love that.
American?
I love that line though. That's a good one. Sovereign citizen,
Yeah.
Native American. My cousin is.
Wait a minute now. Are you accusing me of being Native American? Because if I'm not Native American, I might find that
Right.
offensive.
Right.
Maybe I don't want to look like a Native American.
But you know what, Maddie? That's way over their heads. They would never get it.
But well, that's why you do it, though. I have that
Yeah.
shock value to
That
Constitutional
look
Corner.
in their face.
Yeah, the look on their face from the shit that I say is why I
Yeah.
was Constitutional Corner.
And that's your thumbnail.
They laugh it off. They think that we're 5150 and shit. And we're just psycho crazy tinfoil hat wearers and shit.
Yeah,
The thing about filming them, the thing I love about the fact that you film them, especially in like town halls and clerk offices and stuff, is because I've seen a lot of these where they'll take your information and then they'll just lose it, forget about it. But if I have a video recorded record of me giving it to you and you looking at it and you putting it away, and then you after the fact say you didn't have it, and I have this camera that showed you take it,
Objectionable documentation.
It's like,
yeah.
you can't say that I'm lying if I saw you take it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And Massachusetts is a
Right.
two-party state, so I can't film in a private place, but because they're public officials, I can film them in a public place, and I know that now because there's case law, there's Section 99 of the Massachusetts state law where
Yeah.
two-party consent, where you can't film or record someone audio in private or public unless they're a public official, a police officer, or some kind of
Right.
clerk or something like
Right.
that. They changed that
Right.
case law specifically for that reason to film public officials. Now,
You know
regular
why they did
people,
that, right?
I can't film. But
you know why they did that, right?
Because a police officer was recorded by a phone in some guy's pocket at a protest, right?
Well, not only that, but it's being backed up by a multiple case law now that's going across the country. It's the same case law as
Precedent's been
McDonough
set.
v. Rundle.
For precedent's been set. It's the thing about public officials. See, I don't want to record random people. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about recording random people. I know I can't record an audio conversation I'm having. If I'm talking with a friend outside on the street, even if I'm talking with just a friend outside and I have a recording device on me, I can be charged with felony wiretapping in Massachusetts. Because that's a friend.
No, it
That's a
doesn't
regular
apply on a
person.
public street. You have no expectation.
Nah, in the
of
public,
privacy.
you
But
can't.
no. Listen. In Massachusetts, it is a two-party consent state. So I have to tell them that I am audio recording them,
Not
even
in public.
if it is
not in
no.
public.
Listen, even if it is in a public place. Listen,
No, that's wrong. You're wrong. You
I
got
know
it
two
wrong.
attorneys in Massachusetts right now that would laugh at you.
Yeah,
You think that-
yeah.
think that I
You
can
got
get
it
away with
wrong,
that?
dude. We're just trying to help you
off
out.
on you're off on your diagnostics, bud.
Yeah, we're
I'm
not
telling
trying to
you, you're wrong.
bust on you. We're just
See,
telling
I
you
don't
that
wanna-
you.
I don't want to
You-
accidentally
you're-
cross that line and be charged with a felony. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
no,
I
no,
don't
you're
want-
not crossing the
no,
line.
no.
In public, from public or in public, you can't. No.
So let's say, all right, so I'm in public, I can't on a sidewalk, it's okay. So as soon as you walk into a building like a McDonald's or something like that, at that point it becomes
It
Yes.
becomes wiretapping at that point. Yes.
okay. So
Or a
that's
house.
what I want to get across. So if
Or
I'm
a
on a
private
sidewalk and we're
office.
walking into McDonald's, I have to shut that off before we enter that private business.
Or you have to ask permission.
Or ask permission. But see, like,
Yes.
well, usually when you want to record somebody, you want to record them without them knowing because they're going to say the truth without them.
Okay, so there's
I
another
would-
part of
I
that
would
too.
I would think it would be the start of the property line.
Yeah, as soon as you cross off the sidewalk onto
Dissemination is
driveway
another
of the
thing
building,
too.
you are
Yeah.
that point. You can't do it from that point on. I understand.
But
that's what I
honestly,
mean,
if there's a felony in progress and you record it, you are allowed to legally do that.
Yeah, like
so if
if-
there's something occurring, so if someone's talking about extortion or a kidnapping, and I'm recording them explaining
Right.
that they've kidnapped somebody, I can continue to record them confessing to that crime in that
Or
way.
an
Yeah,
armed
kidnapping, bank robberies, getaway
Robbery, any
vehicle.
kind of-
carjacking, all that kind of stuff.
Okay. See, that's
You're
that's
in
the
the
thing I want to get.
bank and you see the robbery and you're secretly recording it. You'll be okay.
Yeah, because they're
Yes.
going to take that for evidence against whoever it is that's robbing the bank.
Right,
so
right.
And they'd
they're gonna
rather,
be
they'd
loving
rather
it.
you have that.
Yeah.
So even if you were in a little bit of trouble for recording, they wouldn't charge you with anything anyway because they'd want
But they'll
that
take it.
evidence.
But they'll subpoena your phone for evidence.
Yeah.
See, I wouldn't mind that. I don't have an expensive phone at the moment. I'll get a good camera by the time the summer comes along. This phone's a, you know, so I'm not too worried about it. Even if they smash
Well-
it, I'll be good.
Even if they were going to charge you for wiretapping, if you were recording, let's say, in a private establishment, and they were saying, well, you know, you recorded this, you're going to get charged with wiretapping, turn over the phone. Well, before I would turn over any phone or anything like that, one, you're going to have to get a warrant to get something from me. Okay.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
two, you know, maybe we could work this out. Well, okay, I want, I want immunity. You know, I'll give you what I have
this.
on my phone, but I want immunity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you have to
that's a
negotiate
bargaining
with them.
chip. That's how I look at it. Yeah, it's a bargaining chip.
And $1
Yeah.
million.
There's going to be a lot of times where
I
they
want
actually
immunity.
can't come after your phone and they'll lose.
Yeah.
So they'll say, hey, if you do that, okay, cool. So you're
if it's
just avoiding that
gang-related,
risk.
If it's gang related, I want immunity and I want relocation for me and my family.
Yeah, right?
Right. Right. Yeah. Put us in Boca Raton or some shit.
Put us on
Oh, wait,
Key West
you're already in
with,
Florida.
4-wheelers and jet skis.
I want to
and
be in the Bahamas.
Bora
Yeah.
Bora.
come back to Jamaica.
I'd take the Midwest personally. I wouldn't mind being out there. Honestly,
I'd love to be back in Colorado. I love Colorado.
open areas. It's too where I live is so condensed. I mean, we have plenty of woods around us and stuff, but we're so condensed together and like I mean, there's a lot of woods, like I said, but we're so crammed together in neighborhoods and towns that it's like there's not really much breathing room. And if you do go out into the wilderness-ish, you know, not really wilderness, protected woods, there's so many green police out there that you can't walk 20 yards and you can go fishing without them asking a bunch of fucking bullshit. You know, like when I was a kid, you could go fishing any way you want. Now there's gates and fences and locked and this and that, and like you go down there and try to do it, they'll fucking come at you with everything. It's like,
Nope.
Like
Yeah,
freedom
it's
died.
everything,
You know what I mean?
dude.
Like I know there was a bunch of dumbasses that did some stupid shit or whatever, but still, like, how are you gonna take a little kid out to teach him how to go fishing if you can't go fishing? You know, you gotta get
No,
a
you're
license.
completely right.
You gotta do all
You're
this other
completely
shit.
right. It's
You know,
bullshit.
like I
Your
got an
freedom
8-year-old
died.
nephew. I want to teach him how to
Listen
go
that.
survive off the land. You can't go survive
Oh,
off the
no.
land. Even to teach him it, you gotta have licenses and rights and
Yeah, you
and
gotta
all
have
this
a
lawyers
fucking
and
fishing
shit.
permit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or you
bullshit.
got to have a place with 50 acres of woods.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a
It's
slave
private.
of the
It's owned by
game
a person
warden.
you know, and yeah, no, I'm not about that. Like there was always public land when I was a kid. We could go out and just do whatever we wanted.
You can't
You know what I mean? Like
hunt
just
unless it's
What
mating
about-
season.
What about scouts and stuff in your area? I know I was part of the scouts when I was a kid, and that's where I learned a lot of my survival shit.
well, he's my nephew. I would definitely do that, but my sister's not solvent in that way. You know what I mean? It's the money thing. You know what I mean? I wouldn't mind paying for that kind of stuff, but it's getting to
I
the
eat ass.
scout
I eat
meetings,
Form
ass
your own
going
troop.
to them.
Contact the Boy Scouts, form your own troop, and bring them in for free.
I could definitely talk about that. There's no doubt. I could definitely talk about that.
That
to some
has
people.
happened.
It's just,
It's just a suggestion. It sounds like you're passionate about it, dude. I mean, you know,
I mean, I got 2 boxes of MREs over here, 2 go bags in my closet. I mean, I got all kinds of shit ready to go, and I go out every summertime out to the woods with my bags all rattled up, just to see if I can handle just being out and walking and hiking and dealing with that shit. You know, and like you said, just in case that EMP bullshit happens, I'm mentally prepared first of all to go do it. And then I want to see if I can physically be prepared to go and do that as well. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a mental thing as well as a physical getting out there and getting it done. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And not even a full on terrorist invasion bullshit. I'm talking about like, let's say we had a bad hurricane up here like they had in Katrina, and emergency services are fucking kaput. You know what I'm saying? They set up their own little base camp with a police station, and you can't get in that little area because they'll shoot you if you come close enough. So you got to survive on your own. You know what I'm saying? I live in an area where we had a blizzard a couple years back. We were fucked for 2 weeks. I mean, we were 2 weeks. You had no power. The snow was up to your fucking windowsill, and there's nothing anyone could do. You had to survive on your own. There was a couple stores open here and there, but you pretty much had to survive on your own. So I'm not even worried about the full-on bullshit Armageddon shit. I'm worried about the, oh my God, a bad storm hit, and we're fucked. The stores are cleared out. There's no way you can go to get gas or any of that shit. You got to survive for 1 or 2 to 7 days or 2 weeks on your own. Like that kind of shit I want to be prepared for. Like that's just simple stuff like that. And I want to teach my nephew, don't freak out because shit's going crazy. Let them people freak the fuck out. We're good. I got MREs. I got, if I really need to go hunt and kill something, I will. You know what I'm saying? It's not that big a deal. I'll go fishing and find something. It's not really that big a deal. Other people freak out.
In the ice.
Exactly, something like that. Other people, but oh my God, there's no bread and milk in the stores. We're gonna die. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Nah, you just gotta live. You gotta fight through it, like Rambo or something.
Right.
Couple weeks. Not even, like I said, I'm not talking about the whole end of everything. I'm just saying a couple weeks. You gotta just get through it, get to the other side, and you'll be good. The gas
you know what's funny? We're not gonna see the end. Yeah, we're all gonna die. Our kids are gonna see the end.
That's why I'm trying to train my nephew.
That's what we're trying to teach them. Like
that's what I'm trying to teach. But he's 8 years old, so he might eventually end up seeing that kind of shit. Possibly, you never know.
Right.
We might all be in a fucking cage prison by that point. We don't know. You know what I'm saying?
We don't know. Exactly.
A total fucking dome on us. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You never know.
Yeah, talk about building a wall to keep. Talk about building a wall to keep Mexicans out, but I look at the wall.
Ain't got nothing to do with that.
It's got to keeping us in.
You seen the economy the way it's been? Did you see that when Obama was that taken office, that citizens were sneaking from the U.S. to Mexico to escape U.S.?
Yeah.
No shit. Yeah, I don't doubt it, man.
Yep.
I know people
when the economy was so bad, when that economy was so crashed and everything, that's what everybody was leaving. There was no work here.
Yeah, man, you leave it 20 grand and go to Mexico, you'll fucking be able to start up something.
20 grand, you could probably live for about, 15 years out there.
Yeah, but you can start up a business right away and
Watch out for the cartels, though. I mean, I know it's a scare tactic, but they're
Well,
they'll
no,
come after
there's a
you.
lot of parts of Mexico where the cartels aren't. You just go further south.
Yeah.
Well, don't go
It's
too
all near
far
the border
south
'cause
because
it's
the
all-
further south you go, now you're starting to get into those really southern gangsters. You know, you go past the
Well, like
three-quarter mark.
Chiapas.
Yeah, you don't want to
Yeah.
go down too far there, bud.
No, not that far south. South along the
Lawless.
Pacific.
Maybe somewhere like around where Gavin Syme is.
Yeah, but there's plenty of towns like that are out there. People think that it's
Yeah.
dangerous. No, as long as you
No.
get out of the gang areas and the
Gotta
cartel
find it.
areas and shit, you're
find it.
fine, dude. Yeah.
And you know, if you get to even like if you went down to say Belize or Cozumel, that's all tourist. The gangs are chased out of the tourist areas. The Mexican
Yeah,
government's not going to allow the gangs to chase people, tourists that are
Right,
bringing.
to kill their economy, thriving
Yeah.
businesses
Yeah.
that are
So you're
they only
well
have so much
protected in like
coast.
Belize
Yeah.
and Cozumel. You know,
right.
That's
They
where
only
you
have
want to
so
set
much
up a business
coast.
anyway.
Yeah. That's it.
You see, I'm prepared for both eventualities. I got my MREs, my go bag, and all that good shit, but I also got money in the bank for the kid too. So if the shit goes bad, we got our eggs in this basket, and if shit works out, I got my eggs in that basket. So I'm not playing. I'm playing both sides. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm preparing for best and worst case scenarios. You know what I'm saying? So
Yep.
money in the bank and shit with the rest of the money I'm spending buying shit that's survival enough for the future. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's about teaching the future. It's not about us, because we had our grandparents and our parents that my grandfather was a Boy Scout, my father was a Boy Scout. I never was in the Boy Scouts, but they were so Boy Scouted people that they taught me how to be a Boy Scout without having to actually be in the Scouts. I know how to
Right.
survive. I know how to build fires. I know how to tie knots. I know how to do all that random stuff. That basic survival necessities. I'm not a merit badge guy, but I know when I'm out in the shit, I know I'm not going to lose my mind and freak out and go crazy. I'm going to be able to go, okay, I'm a human being. We've been doing this for hundreds and thousands of years. Just calm down and figure out how to live. You know what I'm saying? If shit goes that way, you know what I mean? Anything like that. And like I said, I want to teach the kids, the youth, that is a way of life, not just watching fucking Fortnite and playing video games and all this Minecraft and all this shit. I mean, I like that stuff. I like Minecraft. I like playing Call of Duty. I like that kind of shit. But I know when to shut that shit off and go outside and live out in the sun. You know what I'm saying? There's a time for both. You know what I mean? You can kind of balance it out. That's why I'm a Libra. So I know it's astrology and bullshit, but the balance is my key to life. I know how to take one with the other and put them together. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't just have all one way, all this way. Kind of make everything kind of work together. Keep your brain balanced. You know what I'm saying? Like right now it's nighttime. I'm gonna worry about playing video games, going to bed, and all that other shit. When the sun comes up, even though it's a little cold, I like to go right outside and do something outside just to get ready, just get your part of the earth into you. You know what I'm saying? Just that natural.
Do you leave
natural
any time
being.
for study? Do you leave any time for reading?
I do read it. I got my Constitution here. I got a bunch of books. I mean, I like Harry Potter. I like story stuff. But then when it comes down to it, I like reading case law and the
Right
words
on.
we live by. That's what it says right on the cover. The words we live by. Things like this, and it tells you. I mean, if even if you read it 20 times, you still learn something a little bit new every time, because you learn something that day that might trigger that thought that goes to a different place than it did the last time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
All kinds of little
I
things.
do it every time I read the case law. I mean, Madison versus Marbury. I mean, just reading that case, you can pick up so much out of that case law over and over and over again. It's a good thing. It really is.
Yep. It really is. That's what I love about the Constitution, because people go straight to the amendments. I understand that. I get that. But there's a section here about Article 1, Section 8, where it tells you exactly what the Congress is supposed to do. It tells you exactly what they're allowed to do and what they're supposed to do. And if you look at that, the things that they do now compared to what they're supposed to be allowed to do.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Eyes.
Sure thing, man. Thank
Take
you.
care, bud.
Take care.
See you, Constitutional Corner. I always love listening to you. You're very smart.
Hey,
And
thanks,
Hunter.
Wilkie, man.
Yeah, and Hunter.
I'll be
Good
around.
luck, man. Good luck.
I'll be
Good
around.
luck. Yo, go out
love
there
your
and
channel,
find out
man.
the
You're real
laws
articulate.
around you and go
Looking
out
forward.
there and do this.
Yeah, man. Looking forward to
I
seeing you,
will.
bro.
All right,
I
brother.
will be
All
there.
right,
See you
take
guys.
care, Rolfie.
Take care,
I'll
man.
talk to you.
Yeah, like I said, Article 1, Section 8 tells you exactly what they could do, and they have not done any of that since, I don't even know when the last time they were held accountable to that. Coining money is the biggest one. We haven't coined our own money in 170 years or something like that, 180
Nope.
years. So that's a big part of it. That's something we was talking about with Gaddafi. I understand he's a crazy motherfucker, but he coined his own money, and then by using his own money, he built his country up. Now I understand he's a cult leader. Don't get me wrong. I know he's crazy. He was a cult leader, but at the same time, he was a country. He had a country that was a cult. So he did go off and do crazy shit and kill people he didn't like. So that was fucked up and wrong. But he also built up the society. I mean, you can't act like our country's not that same way. We have these crazy presidents that come in and do the same fucking shit. So I mean, I get that he was nuts, but we have the same thing here. You know what I'm saying? And then we just have more evolved standards or all this other bullshit, the so-called checks and balances. But like,
he was a fear-based solo.
Nut job.
We're a
He's absolutely nut
fear-based
job.
multiple. We have
Yeah.
multiple people trying to scare us. There was only
Yeah.
one person. They knew who was going to scare him.
Yeah, exactly. He was that one guy that everyone was afraid of. That if you said something wrong about him, he's gonna come down on you. And I get that.
Right.
I understand that. But if you say something wrong about whoever the president is, you're gonna get a knock at your door. They might not come down and burn your house down like they did out there, but they're gonna knock on your door and they're gonna ask you a lot of questions. And if you push too hard, they're gonna keep coming at you. You know what I'm saying? And they won't come at you like I said with burning down your house or shooting you in the street. They might do that eventually, but they're gonna squeeze you financially. They're gonna bring you to courts and they're gonna bring you to trials and put liens on you and all this other stuff and IRS and all this other shit. Trying to hurt your wallet.
Hang on, I got to sneeze. Epstein.
Didn't kill himself. Kill himself.
Yeah, well, see, we know. You know what the biggest? The best
I
thing
thought
out
I'd
there-
get that one on you, bud. I thought I'd get you with that one. I knew I was going to get you to laugh on that one, Eyes.
That was good. I like that.
How do we all know this? That's the thing I love about this country. Is we all know exactly what's going on, and it's like we kind of go, "Nah, what can we really do?" In a way, it's all like the mainstream sheeple. They know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like anyone you talk to that knows that shit is going on, even the shit we're talking about here, it's like supposedly crazy conspiracy shit. Let me tell you, regular people know that it's not crazy conspiracy shit. They just go, well, the government's so fucking powerful. What can we really do besides joke about it? You know what I'm saying? Make memes about it and laugh about it. Because really, they're so fucking connected that all we can really do is talk about it. And when a push comes to shove, we go, no, you're fucking wrong. We know what's really going on. Don't tell us we're crazy. We know what's happening. You know what's happening. You're just trying to pretend like it's not happening. So many people know it's true.
Yeah, well, that's like, in the military, truth is whatever your supervisor says the truth was, and that's the way it was.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Well, even with these public officials, you guys get on camera, and they get all crazy, and they run to their back rooms, and they call the cops, and they get all buddy with the cops. Even those people, if you get them off camera on a Saturday night drinking at the bar, and you start talking about this shit, they'll agree with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They'll agree with you. They'll know you're telling the truth, and they'll just go, "I'm just collecting my paycheck. What can I do about it?"
Yep.
But they know it's
they
true.
wont admit that they're a cop. They will
Oh
not.
no, they won't admit
that they're
any
a
of that
cop.
stuff. They won't admit any of that stuff on camera or realistically.
Even in a
but
bar.
they
If you're
know.
sitting next to a cop in a bar,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that cop is agreeing with you, and that
Oh,
cop knows that you're talking about what's constitutionally protected, what's legal, the whole 9 yards, chances are he's never going to identify himself as a cop, but he's going to agree with you 100%.
Yeah, and then as soon as he puts the uniform back on, he's gonna go, "Yeah, that guy was right, but I can't do anything about it because I'll get fucking killed. I'll get surfed."
So now you're a camera
don't.
terrorist. You record with cameras of mass destruction.
That's the thing about cameras is that they're afraid of the truth because they know
Career
that everyone
killers.
knows it. They
That's why
want
we
to
call
keep
them
the
career
delusion.
killers.
They want
Cameras are
to
career
keep
killers.
the delusion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, come on. How many times has cameras caught Trump in lies or delusions?
Any one of them, all of the politicians. There's so many of them throughout the history. Not even just national politicians,
I
local
can go into
ones.
Pelosi is fake as fuck.
Yes.
I hate them all. I hate all politicians. I liked watching politics, but I heard a quote of Frank Zappa said, "Politics is just the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex. That's all it is. It's entertainment. Why do you think C-SPAN's on TV? Why do you think this there's 3 channels and they're free to have? Every cable subscription you have, C-SPAN 1, 2, and 3 is ready to go right there on the screen for you. You don't have to pay for them. You can just get them because it's theater. It's entertainment. And I love watching it. I love it. I do. But I know it's bullshit. I know it's bullshit because I'm watching it and I'm going,
wrestling.
exactly. But it's a little bit, for me, it's a little more entertaining because I understand what they're saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like
The government is run like a Chris Angel show. Sleight of hand.
Yup.
Oh, yeah.
It is.
Watch politics here. Watch all this crap with, Trump versus Clinton and Clinton versus Trump, and then all this stuff with impeachment. Watch this hand over here.
Yup.
And then we're doing this over here. Yeah, no, pass the NDAA, the new Patriot Act, and extended surveillance and all sorts of stuff. Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing. And the thing, like you said, people know it, and they just go, oh, what are you going to do? And I'm like, nah, what are you going to do? We got to do something. We got to keep talking about it and speak louder and louder and louder and louder until everyone really starts hearing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And the movement is growing because eventually people are going to start, like you said, you're going into these places and auditing to make people aware that they can be filmed. And to realize, okay, there's 5 cameras over your head right now and they're recording you anyway. You know what I'm saying? Why do you care that I'm holding one? You really care that I'm holding one, or is it they told you that you have to be scared of me because I'm actually going to keep this video and you're actually going to see this video later. It's not going to be deleted or put in an archive stuck in a basement somewhere. And then when they want to pull it out, they pull it out and take this little piece out of it so they just don't show the whole picture. When you guys post the entire thing uncut on it and say this is what happened, they don't like that because the uncut. It's not edited.
It's not.
There's no
version.
curtain man.
Yeah.
There's no curtain man pulling the strings and popping the smoke and making the mirrors and all this other shit going on.
Yup.
It's just straight up in your face. This is what happened, and they don't like that because it's a mirror. It's not a video. It's a mirror. You know what I'm saying? It's a recorded mirror. So they don't like that. They don't like to see themselves for what's actually happening. But like I said, I've been watching all these videos. I see that's exactly what it is. They don't like that they're seeing exactly what is happening, and they know that it's exactly what's happening. They know it. They know it.
They don't want to get caught in it because a lot of times they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They're doing their job on a wing and a prayer. Even if they have a degree,
making it up.
They're making it up as they go because they don't know. They've never come across what they're dealing with.
No, they haven't.
They get the same people in week and week out asking for the same stupid pay. Pretty much all they're doing is having someone come in, pay them money to get a piece of paper, and then that's it. That's just a transaction, a business transaction. When you go in for the Freedom of Information Act, they have to fill out paperwork and find these files and then email it to you, and then they realize I'm not getting paid for this. Then you're not handing me money because I'm just doing all this work and then I'm just putting it out on a computer. You know what I'm saying? You're not actually handing them physical money. They don't get that when they're not getting the money in their hand. They're going, I shouldn't be doing this. Like, yes, that's exactly what you should be doing. You should stop collecting fucking money because you collect enough as it is with our taxes.
Way more than enough.
Oh, believe me, I make enough a year that when I get my taxes back, I go, what the fuck am I spending this money on? Why am I not getting these taxes back? What is happening here? You know what I mean? Like, I could spend that money so much better, or save it and put it in the bank somewhere so much better than whatever they're buying with it, whatever they're spending on, whatever pocket it's going to. It's like, come on, like, that's the big reason why I want to do this is because I can legitimately go in there and say I am paying a shit ton of taxes. I am paying your salary right now because I'm paying a shit ton of taxes. Tell me what you're gonna do for me, because I want to know what you're gonna do for me. Because I'm paying a lot of money to have you tell me what you are gonna do for me. I need to know. I mean, I'll take my tax returns there and I'll redact all the right information and just show them the number. This is what I pay, right here. All right, all the rest is blacked out, but I pay this much in taxes. What? Give me this much worth in taxes right now. I want to know what the fuck this is paying for. You kidding me? You know,
Well,
like
that's
take that
when
little
you do a
clipping.
public records request for the county budget,
Yep.
for the state
Say,
budget.
okay, this is what they're spending it on. Yeah. No, yeah. Give me that money back, and I'll buy a better fucking thing for the side of the road, or I'll go to Home Depot and make a better fucking pothole fucking filler than you could fucking do in 6 months' time. Like literally, give me that money that I took in taxes. I'll go to Home Depot with 2 guys. We'll fill that fucking hole, and it'll last a lot longer than if you did it.
At least.
It's crazy. There was I can't remember exactly when it happened, but a couple hundred, like no, a couple hundred. It was like 80, 90 years ago, something stupid. A bunch of Iowa farmers, I think it was. It was Iowa or Idaho. I can't remember exactly. Got together, and in a single day, I think it was, they paved a road from one end of the state to the other, and they literally paved the whole road. Just a bunch of farmers got together and did it. They just did it. They just
You can't fuck
it's
with
one
a
of those
farmer.
historical things.
No, you can't, can you?
Man, I'm telling you, if you can throw hay for 8 or 10 hours a day or 12 hours a day for a week straight,
Hey,
you can pave a road from one end of the state to the other.
Yup. Haying sucks. It's no fun.
So they did that though. They from one end of the state. I can't remember exactly what it is, but if you look it up, it's part of history. And they did it. They paved the road because the state wasn't going to do it for them. They said they didn't have the funds or some bullshit. They gave them excuses. They said, "Oh, we can't do it. Oh, we're going to do it in 2 years. Or we're going to do it in 5 years." It's like, no, we need this to happen now, so we can get our shit to market. You know what I'm saying? There's not on these shitty dirt back roads that everything's breaking and getting destroyed. So let's just make this paved road so it's nice and flat and straight and it goes straight to where we need it to go. And they did it. They said, fuck these people. They're not going to do it for us. Let's just do it. And they did it. And that's what we need more of nowadays. They try to put us away from each other. They try to keep us away from each other.
Spirit, man. That's that New England spirit right there.
It is.
It really is, though. We're the birth of freedom. I love where I am. Don't take me the wrong way. I'm a sports guy. I'm a New England Patriot. You know, I am that New England Patriot. I'm not. I played football in high school, so I'm not like a football NFL team. But I am. That's my spirit. The New England Patriot.
I come from the Constitution State.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Madison, right?
No, I
James
come from
Madison?
the Constitutional State. I come from Connecticut.
Connecticut. Yeah, Connecticut. James Madison, right?
Yeah.
James Madison
He wrote it all.
Constitution. Yeah, he wrote the Constitution. I think he's from Connecticut. I think he was from Connecticut.
Yeah, that's why they call
that's-
it the Constitution State.
Exactly. We know, yeah.
The Constitution was written in Connecticut. That's where I'm from.
In Connecticut. By him, yes. Oh, exactly.
Constitutional
No, I know.
corner.
Yup.
It all started over here. I mean, it's just we have that spirit ingrained in us. Like it's just taught in our history, so we know it. And the people that really want to understand it, delve further into it and research it more, like I did. I got this book. Like I said, I got this book in high school because a lot of bad shit was going on. A bunch of kids standing by the gate when they get out of school that walked home would stand around and chit chat. Every once in a while there'd be a fight. You know, I mean, that's high school kids. They're gonna fight sometimes. So the cops started sitting at the end of that road waiting every day for something. And one day, just one day out of all these other days, they just had a hair out across their ass about something, and they just started arresting people and just fucking going haywire on high school kids for absolutely no reason. And that night, I sat down and I wrote on a piece of paper what happened, word for word, what I could remember, and I had my friends sign it, and I took it to the police resource officer at the high school. I showed it to him. I said, "This is what happened. Are you gonna do anything about this?" And he just gave me this look like, "Fuck you! What do you want me to do? What can I do? What can I really do?" It's like, "You read what happened? Do you think that's right?" He's like, "No, I don't think it's right." Like, "What are you gonna do about it?" He's like, "Nothing." And from that point on, I realized they're just so connected to each other. They just don't care. They just are not gonna. They're not gonna. Even if they see it exactly word for word what happened, awful. They go, nothing I can do. Yeah, it's terrible. I know it's a tragedy. Fuck you.
I clown people that say that they support the Thin Blue Line. I'm like, why would you? There's a couple of things in this too. One, why would you support something that stands for, yeah, I back my brother even if he's wrong and violated somebody's rights? I still back whatever he says.
Yeah, why would you?
That's the first part of it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The second part of it is, why are you supporting an organization that has 2/3 of the world's imprisoned population living right here in this country?
It makes
You
a lot
support
of
the Thin
money.
Blue Line for what?
Money. It makes a shit ton of money. What did he say? He said it in American Gangster. Denzel Washington and Russell Crowe said it. I don't think they want to solve this problem. It makes too many people too much money. There's too many lawyers getting paid, too many DAs, too many cops, too many. If you stopped all this drug crime, 1/3 of the country would be out of work because all these people would be working. They wouldn't be doing shit. They wouldn't have a job. So it's the money.
Start working at dispensaries then.
You know,
Shut
go
family courts
work
down.
at a vape shop.
There's the other 1/3 of the people. Then you're down to half now. 2/3 of the people.
You know. But how about get back to actually fucking doing what we're supposed to do, farming and shit like that? That like actually producing shit that actually needs to be produced for human survival. I know we got this whole.
Well, honestly, guys, I'm not a fan of Trump. Okay, but
I'm not a fan of politicians. Any of them.
I'm not either. But I'm gonna say that when Trump, because Trump has a lot of more of his businesses here in the United States, and he wants to get into manufacturing now because real estate just sucks. He's reached whatever peaks he's going to reach. He keeps going bankrupt on it. He's got to get something else. So what he's doing right now is he's lifted that NAFTA agreement. He walked away from NAFTA, remember? And the new agreement that they have now has lowered the port fees and the import tariffs to a point now where all the companies are coming back. They want to manufacture here because it's becoming economically sound for them to do it. When Clinton raised all that money, what he did was he made it so that it was more expensive between the insurances, the taxes, the import fees, the export fees, all that stuff was more expensive. So it was cheaper for people to go over to a third world country and pay some little girl 6 cents an hour to give her family bread that night.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the direction that this country had gone, and that's why if you look at places like Michigan and you look at like Detroit and all that, if you look at New Jersey, look at New Jersey, look at Connecticut, look at Massachusetts, look at all the industry that was in that place, and look at how many of those buildings are actually still standing right now. I'll bet you less than 2/3 of them are still standing.
Oh yeah, they tore them all down. I actually worked at a building that was a string factory, and they turned it into housing for artists.
My father worked in Jewett City, Connecticut at Triangle Plastic Wire and Cable for more than 28 years. His total years, he took some time off for the Navy, but his total years was 31 years. He worked at Plastic Wire and Cable. When Bill Clinton passed that thing, the company packed up and moved to Mexico. They offered my father a training position to go down as a contract trainer to Mexico. And they were going to pay him big and all this and that before they closed down. They've torn that building down since. My father, after working for that company for all that time, gets $168 a month for retirement.
That's crazy. That's
insane. That's insane. Like, whatever happened to unions? Like, they just I don't even know.
He was Teamster. He was at
that's what I mean,
IBEW. He was IBEW because they manufactured wire there.
Yep.
In fact, not only did they manufacture wire there, if you go across the country today, about 78% of the wires that are hanging, that's been hanging there since like the 50s or 60s, even the 70s, they were the top wire producer for all your electrical and all that stuff across the country, fiber optics, everything. They were the innovative company. They were the top company and everything. They packed up and moved to Mexico.
Yep. Because they can do it for 13 cents an hour, no bathroom breaks.
Yep.
And they will.
They
Which
do.
Sucks.
Yeah.
Because it's human enslavement, which is like exporting enslavement to other countries. Because it's not happening in America because you can't do it here, but we can do it over there because they don't have this. They don't have this fucking document that says that, so they're not gonna get a bunch of people together and say, "Oh, you can't do that." It's just insane how
we're
we allow
supposed
that
to set
to
the
get away with.
example. We push our agenda across the globe, and we say, "Yeah, you're supposed to live like us." Yet we enable and even create the devastation and the slavery that is being caused in these countries to our procedures and our ways.
Yep. All you gotta do is put a simple line in a contract of a moral clause that says you can't do this in this place. It would solve all that, but they would never ever do that because the money they make would be diminished, insanely diminished. And the fact that they make that kind of money anyway is ridiculous because their children's children will never even spend that money, even if they spent it all. Like, I don't even know how to describe how much money they could spend a day and still never dent how much money they make. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
There's only 24 hours in a day. There's only so much shit you can buy in one day. There's only so much food. There's only so many places you can go. You can't spend all that money in one day, and there's only so many days in your life. It's unreal how many fucking dollars they have.
Hold on now, though. I'm going to have to disagree with you because it was pretty quick. I spent $1,300 on Amazon the other day, and it was at the bat of an eye. If I had the billions that Donald Trump claims he has, I could spend
Jeff Bezos' money. You couldn't.
I'll bet you I could spend $2 billion in a day.
Have you ever seen Brewster's Millions? Listen, have you ever seen the movie with Richard Pryor? Let me tell you.
I'm not saying I won't have anything to show for it.
At the end of that movie, listen, he was so disgusted by the money, he couldn't do it anymore. He didn't want to do it anymore. After a certain point, you know what I'm saying? You can't jerk off 25 times in a day. You go blind, literally. So it's like, you can't do it. You know what I'm saying? You'll do it for so many days in a row, and then you'll get sick of it. Unless you become extremely addicted to it, which I doubt you will. You can't eat the same meal every day. You know what I'm saying? So even if you're spending that money every day, eventually you're going to get tired of spending that money because it's just going to be pointless. You're going to realize you could literally do anything. You'd rather do almost nothing. You know what I mean?
Well, have you ever gone to college? Have you ever done college?
I have about 4 or 5 classes under my belt right at the moment.
Okay.
I had to wait for my state taxes to pay off my last college debt, so I let that happen.
Point in case here. Have you ever heard of college stew?
No.
Ramen noodles. Have you ever heard of college stew?
I've eaten ramen noodles. Believe me, I do that.
When you go through college, you eat ramen, and you eat them daily. You eat the same meal every day when you're in college.
Yeah.
Pretty
well. That's not a desperation. I get what you're saying, but you're coming from the opposite end of the spectrum. That's not a desperation. You have to do that to survive. Once you have that insanely enormous amount of money, and I'm not talking about like hundreds of thousands of dollars or like even a couple million. I'm talking about the billions and billions of dollars that people have. Jeff Bezos will never be able to spend that kind of money. I don't care if he bought a yacht a day for the rest of his fucking life. He will never spend all that money in his lifetime. There's no way. It's not possible. Like I said, there's only so many hours in a day. You have to sleep. You know what I'm saying? You have to sleep some part of that day. Even if you only sleep 4 hours a day or 6 hours a day or whatever it is, there's still a period of sleep. Once you wake up, you're gonna want to eat something. Yeah, you can spend $85,000 on breakfast, but even with spending that kind of money on each meal and doing each thing and buying a $150,000 car every 2 hours and driving it and then crashing it and then getting another one, you're never gonna spend that money. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I look at it. I mean, you do the math and you go, there's not enough calculated
I know
hours in
that
a day.
there's lotto winners that won, 8-digit lotto winnings that are broke as fuck right now, and they had, $80-100 million,
Yup.
and they're broke as fuck right now.
Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. That's $80-100 million. I get that, but 150 billion.
You would be surprised though, because when you reach that point, if you study any of the like the founders of industry, Rockefeller, what's his name from all these people, J.P. Morgan, Pennsylvania Railroad. What was his name there? The Commodore.
Oh, I can't think of it though. I know what you're talking about, but I can't think of his name.
They called him the Commodore. Anyway,
Vanderbilt
and Carnegie. If you start
Carnegie, there you go. Carnegie Steel.
Yeah. If you look at these guys and you study what they became and what they started doing with their money after they became that, there's a reason why there's a Rockefeller Library and a Rockefeller
Center in New York
Center and all that for the arts and all that. These people they got to a point where they've achieved everything that they wanted to achieve. And they got to the point that you're talking about where they just the money was not going to go anywhere. It just was what it was. So these people started, becoming philanthropists, and they're out there trying to create something. Some people like reading. Some people wanted parks. There's all kinds of things out there that you could actually get your money involved in at that point. The thing is that when you have somebody say like Donald Trump, he's about his pocket. He's about that bottom dollar. He's not going to go out and create a center for the LGBT. He's not going to create a contest for trans women to counter his Miss America Beauty Contest franchise. He's not going to do it.
I get it.
He doesn't have that
person that spent that $80 or $100 million on the lottery. I hate to say it, but they were probably not they had that kind of money and then they blew it. But if you get that kind of money, if you have that kind of money, most people that nowadays that have that kind of money are greedy and are not gonna spend it. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, a lottery person comes up with it and hits it real quick, real big. They don't really have the money management technique to realize to invest it or save it. They kind of do what you said, just piss it away, stop blowing, and go to Amazon, go to this, go to that, go to that. You know what I mean? Like the kind of people that have that kind of money, like you said, they could be philanthropists and start putting back into the community. Bill Gates and Warren Buffett giving half their money to charity, but really they did it so they could write it off on their taxes so they could still keep that money anyway. So they gave it to charity, but they really didn't. You know what I mean? They still kept the money because they wrote it off as a tax write-off.
It's like taking your overfull piggy bank and emptying half out because tomorrow it's going to be full again.
Yeah, pretty much. That's exactly what it is. You know what I mean? And like those philanthropists, I looked into the history of Rockefeller and Carnegie and Vanderbilt and all these people, J.P. Morgan. They were not good people. They might have been philanthropists and they spent on stuff, but they did that more to control things than they did to be nice people.
Well,
they did it more to
with each
pull
other.
the strings. Yeah, that too. They were pissing contest. It was definitely a big pissing contest, but they also set up for the future. If you look into what David Rockefeller did, and J.P. Morgan he ran Chase Bank out of the Twin Towers. It was all a big racketeering scheme. I mean, banks are really just that anyway. They're just a big racketeering scheme. It's a pyramid scheme that they're at the top and everyone else is at the bottom. You know what I mean? Like, how are you going to get charged for an overdraft fee? You literally don't have any money to begin with, but then they're going to charge you $30 for having no money. You know what I mean? It's the kind of shit like that that's kind of ridiculous. It's the tax on the poor kind of thing. Like, these billion-dollar banks, these trillion-dollar banks have all this money because they're sucking it away from everyone else. You know what I'm saying? And that's the big part of it is we don't have control of our own money. We don't
They're
have
loaning.
silverback and
They're
goldback
loaning
dollars.
17 on every dollar they have, man. They're sitting fat cat. They're
Exactly,
making
because the money's
$17
already
on
on
every
loan to
dollar
us
they
anyway.
got.
But the money's already on loan to us anyway. We pay the Federal Reserve to print our money for us, and then we pay interest on it. You know what I'm saying? We don't have legitimate money that is like built up credit. We don't build credit with our money. We build debt with our money every time we spend it. You know, so
Yeah,
that's a big part of the whole thing. That's why JFK was put a bullet in his fucking head. And I watched the video of David Rockefeller watching JFK give a speech, and I couldn't tell whether or not he was enamored with him because he was trying to like, oh my God, this man's talking about things I want to do, and like he's helping out, and his father had him killed, or David Rockefeller was going, oh shit, we got to get rid of this guy because he's going to destroy all things we're trying to create. I don't know which one it was. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if his father was still pulling the strings at that point in the 60s, or David Rockefeller was actually like, we got to get rid of this Kennedy guy because he's going to fuck up everything we're doing. You know what I mean? Like, there's a video of him. You can watch David Rockefeller's face looking at Kennedy with awe. And I'm like I said, I don't know what awe it was. I don't know if it was the fact that he was, oh my God, this man's going to help change us and do everything right, or let's get rid of this guy because he's going to fuck up everything we're doing. It could be one or the other. I wasn't in the room. I wasn't in his mind. I don't know what the whole thing was, but he's the one that have silver certificates issued back to the United States. And very shortly after that, they had him killed. You know what I'm saying? Every president, if you look in history, that
that's
trying to
not
change
what
the
happened.
banks, they shot him.
The only reason why he did the silver certificates was because it was under the turnover from the gold standard to the fractional lending. And all he did with that presidential decree was say that the U.S. government would still honor silver certificates after the fractional lending was put in place through through our centered bank, through what's it called? Anyway, I'm getting tired, so
I am too.
Yeah, I'm on that level.
But no, the whole thing was that presidential decree was just to say that the U.S. government would still honor the silver certificates. In other words, give us your silver certificates. They're coming to an end because we no longer go off the gold standard. And a lot of people don't realize that we're not on a gold standard. We are on a fractional lending standard.
Yeah, we're not on it anymore.
Nope, it's all debt money. It's all printed for us and given to us and sold to us at a interest rate
premium.
Yeah, we had to pay for our money. Nobody gets that. And like I said, if we went back to the fact that this book says we print our own money and we coin our own money, that's why they put it in here to tell us to do that. Because the banks of England were printing their own money and selling it to England, and that's why there was so many taxes going up. They realized that they don't want the banks to control that shit. They put it in here to stop that, and it was some point the banks got back in control and took us over as well. And that's what happened.
Now, the reason why Kennedy got shot was because he was going after mobs. That was his big thing. He was going after the mobs.
Yeah, he was. His brother was too.
Yeah, and that was heavily broadcast. So you can't say that it was the silver standard.
Well, I mean,
he was
there was more than one thing going into
it.
The mobs and the banks and all that other stuff. You can't act like the Rockefellers and all that stuff aren't a criminal enterprise, and the Rothschilds and all that stuff. They are definitely a criminal enterprise. They're untouchable beyond the mob. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't even see them as a criminal element. I just see them as the self-centered controllers of the world.
Because they have enough money and power; they can do what they want.
They're not telling people to kill people. They're telling people make this so-and-so thing happen at any cost, and then the people down below them are afraid of them, so they make it happen. And sometimes people die.
The enforcers, I know. It's Mr. Burns in the fucking Simpsons there.
Exactly.
Looks like Jacob Rothschild. Just Smithers, we gotta do this, kind of like, and then just Smithers goes off and does it because he's seen all this other shit happen. So he just has all these people to do it, and they get it done. They just get it done. He just sits there, good, we did it. Yeah. Oh, I know. They're so disconnected. They're so disconnected with the reality that they just snap their fingers and shit does just happen. You know what I'm saying?
It does.
They don't realize the real world implications of it.
I want to address that real quick. No,
that'll be the
Kennedy did
last.
not want to get rid of the Fed. Let's get this clear. Kennedy was not going after the Fed. Okay. At the time, the Fed, because the Fed is in control of 96 or 98%, or is the central bank of 96 or 98% of the world. There's only two countries right now that are not in there. One is North Korea, the other is Russia. Seems like things are heating up in some of those spots too, huh? Maybe that's coincidence, maybe it's not. But the fact is that the banks are going to control that. Kennedy wasn't going against the Fed. Kennedy was backing the Fed. He was helping the Fed to make more money, through fractional reserve lending.
Yep. I'll look
and
more
that's
into
why
that.
he backed up the silver certificates.
Yep. I'll look more into that, definitely. I don't disbelieve you, and I don't believe you. I take what you say,
I want you
and
to.
I go, I gotta do the research on it now.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Then I gotta do the research on it and look into it now. So I had a preconceived notion of what I've read about certain things, but then I gotta look at the other picture and see what the bigger picture holds and what the pieces put together make a better picture for the puzzle. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I believe everything is fluid unless it's an absolute hardcore fact. This history stuff, everything in history is fluid because you don't know what could have happened, might have happened, did it happen, didn't happen, and all that.
You know, the Rothschilds, read this, go back in history with this. The Rothschilds not only funded the French Revolution, but for centuries before that were the central money for starting other countries. The Rothschilds started countries around the world.
Oh yeah, many countries. Yeah, I know.
Many.
I know. Believe me.
They financed the French Revolution. They financed World War II. They financed World War I. They financed a lot of stuff.
Everything, all the wars. If you look at all the wars, their hand is in all the coffers.
What's the one Rothschild that was in America during the French Revolution? Said something during it was later. It was the Mexican Alamo and all that.
The Spanish-American War.
The Spanish-American War. The Rothschilds invested in arms, in armament and everything, financing those arms to be out there. They made so much money off of armament and ammo and everything off of that war from financing it. They cleaned up and they admitted it. There's it's on record that Rothschild we cleaned up on this war.
Yep. They're not ashamed. They have so much power that they can admit to doing anything. They don't care.
All right, guys, gals, we're gonna cut it now. At this point.
Yeah, 4.5 hours. You think?
Yeah. Yep.
Hey guys, I had a good time. Thanks for meeting up. You got to do this again sometime.
Thank you for being here for sure. We'll definitely have to do it again. Same with you, Hunter.
I'll be around.
Yep.
I'll be around.
Yep. You guys are more than welcome anytime you want to jump in here with me and chit
Love
chat and anything. I love it. Truthfully.
I like listening for the first half hour anyway. I was listening.
Yes, we need to get together. We need to go and audit in Florida here for sure.
Yeah, we need to get together and not just audit, but even a picnic or a cookout or something like that for the Florida auditors.
Yep, that'd work too.
In a central location that everybody could get to.
Yep.
Yeah, do it.
All right. Well, everybody take care this evening.
You too, man.
Go to each other's channels, sub, like, share, everything. Support each other.
Yep. I only got a couple right now, but I'm not too worried. It'll build as it goes if I get it. And I got
what's your channel, Hunter?
Huh?
What's your channel?
Chris Hunter. That's my name. I just put my name out there. I'm not too worried.
Yeah, everybody knows that I'm Matty Langlois. It's common knowledge, so it happens. You're gonna get outed eventually anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not too worried. I mean, it is what it is. I might change it for the aspects of auditing. I might get a new channel for that specifically, but have this as my main channel. You know what I mean? So I'm looking into that later. It's just an email address. It's not big, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. I got some stupid videos on there about crazy rants and shit, but, you know, I don't worry. I'll leave it up there. It's me talking crazy. I don't give a shit.
Right?
It's my thoughts coming out.
For sure.
All right, guys.
It's just my thoughts
All right.
coming out. So you have a good night and do your thing. And
You guys-
Everybody else too.
2:30 in the morning. Yep. All right.
Yep. Be safe, everybody. We'll talk to everybody soon.
Yeah,
All right,
take care,
peace.
guys.
All right. Take care.
Be free.